Hello and welcome to FSL Dota 2 Open. My name is Haller and I'm with Arthur. How are you doing today on this fine Saturday?
I'm good. Thanks for asking, sir. I've always heard about FSL, and this is the first time I get to cast it, so I'm super excited. I've
Mhm.
known some names. They are streamers. They are really good players. They've been trying very hard to fight for their dreams. So I'm really excited to come
Yeah.
here and witness this.
And it's pretty amazing. We have 13 teams signed up. It's going to be a double elimination. First place is going to be 300 SGD. Second, 150. Third and fourth are going to get 50. So there's a lot of money at stake as well. And we're going to have 5 best of ones coming at you today. What do you think about the lineup so far?
Well, I've seen a lot of familiar faces. Really excited to see them competing officially,
Mhm.
and yeah, I'm just can't wait for this to get started. And as you can see, as you said, 5 games today. That's a lot of good Dotas.
Yeah, and I'm actually looking forward to it. We're gonna have 5 games today, then we're gonna have, I believe, 2 best of 1s tomorrow, and a grand finals of a best of 3. Of course, we also have a Thailand stream as well. So if you just, if you want to hear it in Thai, you want to see what's going on. Obviously, they're gonna have different games, but we're gonna have the different, spread in terms of what's available for you. This is obviously the English class, and thank you so much for tuning in. But we're gonna get into the first matchup. It's gonna be Bren Esports, the stalwarts of FSL, I would say. I think I've seen them in the top 3 almost every single Dota 2 opening, but they're up against a team called GodHela, which might have been stolen from the Marvel. At least their icon looks that way.
Yeah, that's true. I remember the first time we casted Brammy together was in like back in October 2020. They were
Mhm.
playing in a official tournament where there's a lot of they went up against a lot of Mills players, and then they look pretty good as well. So I'm really excited to see them. How would they do in this format? And as you can see, that as you said, they have always been a powerhouse. And
Mhm.
this time they've got Jia as well from Singapore. I believe this is the first time she played with Filipino players. So
Mhm.
I'm also very looking forward to that, to see what kind of chemistry they can bring out together.
Yeah, and actually, I have not seen this roster play. I think the Gia edition was somewhat done in stealth. I'm not entirely sure when that happened. I didn't see a formal announcement or anything, but mind you, I think that she's an amazing player and she kind of changes things up because, I mean, Brenny Sports have been nothing but a Filipino team. Obviously, they had some in previously. They had Merity on as well. She was out here in Singapore, but the team has been largely local in that sense,
Mhm.
right? And so they've kind of branched out. They found that fifth player, the elusive one, I would say, and it looks like we're going to see a smashing start. Maybe we'll have to see, right?
Yeah, they are all pretty good players. Yeah, everyone is immortal and above. And of course, like Jia is like one of the highest female player with MMR out there. So I'm pretty sure all eyes will be on them. And let's see what kind of dominating start they will give us, or maybe there's some surprise coming up from GodHela as well, because I'm pretty sure no one is a easy walkthrough team at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So to be honest, I don't know too much about GodHela. I know that they're a Filipino team. Their rank is definitely not straight up all immortals and all that. But mind you, maybe this is a smurf for them. Maybe they're playing characters that haven't gone through the rank grind. Everyone knows how that is. But I'm actually looking forward to seeing this team play. I don't think I've seen them play, so this could be very interesting.
Yeah, the power of Dark Horse. The lesser your enemy knows about you, the better
Mhm.
it is, right?
Yeah. So, what do you think about 7.29C in general? Like, like any meta changes or um, meta things that might happen? Like the meta trends, excuse me.
Well, I think hero-wise, we've been seeing a lot of tanky offlaners
Mhm.
that especially can buy Vanguard. So I think that's definitely one of the most um, obvious meta right now. That's why you see everyone going for Centaur. Even Axe that has been dead for quite a while is being brought back by Asfrog, because of the ice, not only because of the Vanguard change, but also because of the shard change as well. So I do feel like there's a lot of heroes that we will be seeing more and more that we haven't been seeing last time. For
Mhm.
example, the Axe, the Necroforce, the really, really low-key heroes. So I personally I'm a fan of this meta, because I feel like a lot of heroes that haven't been playable are starting to come back and have a place in this current meta.
But that's the beauty of Dota in general, right? Like where you don't have like the same 40 heroes that are being selected, and this is like a wide variety of heroes available for you. Dota, I think, is more well balanced in that
Mhm.
sense, even with the changes of how some items and also the map, of course. And you're seeing that just they might not have tweaked too much of the other heroes, but they're definitely able to shine in this latest patch.
Yeah, that's the thing. Esports is always looking at the general changes, the item changes, and of course shot as well. Like this might have just changed some heroes in a way that he doesn't even thinking of. So I think that's really the beauty of Dota. The creativity and innovation that players have is really beautiful.
Mm-hmm. All right, so it looks like the draft is starting out right now. Obviously, this is just the first phase one, but Snapfire, Puck, both been kind of strong. I mean, Snapfire, I feel like has never been weak, but Puck ban here as well as Earth Spirit and Medusa. What do you think about those bans so far?
I think Medusa is definitely one of the most busted hero in this current meta, especially at Dire side, because you can just farm the triangle and also the square, be it on your top side or bottom side. They're just so efficient for Medusa to farm, and it's the same for heroes like Luna, Terrorblade, Gyrocopter that have the ability to flash from multiple camps at once. I think these are really the favorite hero for this current meta.
Right. And speaking of meta, I feel like all three heroes thus far are meta. I feel like Lion is very strong. A 50% win rate in, at least the 7K and up in MMR. Centaur as well. I think it's 50.9, excuse me. And Mirana is up there. Always a solid, safe pick number one.
Yeah, I'm just a bit surprised that Bren did not pick the Centaur or the Puck themselves, since they have the first pick. These two are definitely one of the most contested first pick heroes out there in this current meta right now, but they went for this Mirana plus Sand King, very solid combo. This is one of the openings that we see a lot from Neon Esports. So
it's a great lineup. I mean, it's a very difficult out. Obviously, you have your stun into arrow combination that you can do. Both are very strong as a 3-4. I think that you're going to see a lot of lane domination, whereas GodHela have kind of gone with the Centaur. You talked about how strong that is, but Lion is probably going to be a 5. So you have some flexibility in terms of where you want to go with this draft.
Yeah, for sure. We have seen the Sand King being played at mid as well. I think again, it's Neon that likes to be flexing this hero. They like to have Yo Punch and mid sometimes, depending on the matchup. So I definitely think Sand King is one of the heroes that is gonna see a lot more frequently as well because of his flexibility and the overall damage that he can do in the mid game with a fast item timing like the Blink Dagger.
Mm-hmm. And if you're looking at, I mean, even with those, but look at these bans. Alchemist, Slark, Medusa, just kind of really focusing on the carry position there. But anything kind of stick out with you aside from Medusa, which you already talked about?
Definitely the Alchemist and Slug, I would guess, because this hero, they did have some changes. I would say Slug with the shot upgrade is pretty cool. That you can just have the ability or outplaying because it is a AoE save with the ult. So that's definitely very interesting. And moreover, these 3 bans that GodHela has just put down just basically secured the Centaur's lane, because those are heroes that can deal with the Centaur relatively easier. There's another hero they left out though, which is the Lifestealer. So that might be something that Bren Esports could think about, because Sand King Lifestealer, that's a nature combo as well.
Yeah, and they're completely protecting the Centaur one. But Hoodwink here, what do you think about this pick? And is it going to be a position 4?
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I think recent Hoodwink nerf has made this hero not so viable on the mid lane or any core role because of the damage nerf. So I think most of the time people pick Hoodwink to put it as a 4. I can see how Centaur plus Hoodwink come together though, because they have 2 stuns, a lot of burst damage as well. They are pretty hard to kill too. So I can see that happen. It's just that I'm not a big fan of Wing 4 simply because the win rate is not amazing compared to normal force. So we'll see.
All right. I mean, but it's the cutest hero out there, right?
True.
So you got to give props for that. I mean, it looks like a squirrel Wind Ranger in that sense. So at least they have the cute anime look on lockdown. If anything, they're going to win points for that, right?
Yeah, that's true. It's not very in sync with their logos though, because their logos it's a Medusa, right? If I see correctly.
It's she's from Thor, right?
I see.
I don't remember the Helga, or I don't remember the name.
Okay, yeah, that looked like a Medusa to me.
Mm-hmm.
Radiant team.
Anyway, a Faceless Void carry coming up from GodHela.
Okay, so I'm actually kind of liking their draft so far. I feel like you have a lot of potential. Obviously, they need to work together. You have the decent amount of stun and control with the Lion Centaur. And of course, Hoodwink is kind of all around throughout, but you've got the Chrono on top of that. So you definitely have ways to kind of lock down Mirana and Sand King and Bounty, who are all kind of somewhat elusive.
Mm-hmm. That's true. FSL White has been climbing in the rank though in terms of priority list for a lot of the teams out there. Recently, we have seen FSL White coming in a lot of EU games, especially. I think Nicole Baby has been playing a lot of this hero, especially. So I think the thing is really about his dilation. The buff on dilation now does damage. It's really good against heroes, especially spellcaster like Mirana, Sand King, Bounty Hunter that Bren has picked for themselves. Only thing is now Bren still get the 18 pick to counter this Faceless Void with a Wraith King, one of the most traditional counter the Faceless Void. And also the Sand King Mirana lane is quite scary for the Faceless Void because it can easily land stun on you. Caustic Finale can easily harass Faceless Void out of the lane, and if you're not careful, 2-stun, bam, you might be dead. So I do think Faceless Void is good in the game, but might be a bit hard in terms of laning phase.
Yeah. I love the pick here. I mean, yeah, you chrono me. Yeah, you kind of stomp me to death or whatever, but I'm coming back with a second life, and Wraith King is all about that. Just give Wraith King enough time to get some farm. He'll be tanky, and he'll be able to carry the game for you. So I love the fact that it's a very good counter pick here.
Yeah, that's the thing about having a second pick, because in the second phase, all two of your picks gets countered, and it's just very dangerous to pick a carry that has a very big weakness out there, like a Faceless Void. It's so countered by heroes like Doom, like Wraith King, like PL, Morphling, this kind of heroes. So it's just very hard to pick Faceless Void in the second phase. And this is just Bren Esports completely abusing the fact that they have the first pick and they're just counter picking all GodHela's heroes in the second phase.
So what do you do to round out the draft now? You got your okay. Well, we're gonna find out Bren with the Leshrac, probably your mid there. You got your tower push and potential just AOE damage, which is a nice pick to kind of round out the draft. But GodHela, what do you do with GodHela?
They would need something that can buy time for the Faceless Void to come online. That's the biggest thing, because Faceless Void is a hero that is super greedy. He needs a lot of items, especially depend on what itemization or what build he wants to go for. But normally, right now, a lot of people go for the Manta Diffuser, especially when you are playing against Wraith King. Yes. So I think that might be the route that Faceless Void to get. SNY is also really good here against all the small stuns coming out from Bren Esports. But honestly, I like this Leshrac pick a lot, because if you look at the draft, they have a lot of disables, but they lack in burst damage. So Leshrac definitely brings in the answer for that. It's also a very good tower push alongside with the Wraith King as well. For GodHela, they need some magic nuke coming in. They need some hero that can defend their early tower against this Leshrac. Hopefully can just straight up kill this Leshrac when he comes up to push tower. I think Pagna, Kunka, these are heroes will be pretty good. They went for Ember Spirit instead. It's a pretty good hero. It gives you a lot of tempo in the early game, but laning wise, it might suffer against Leshrac though, so that's my biggest problem here.
And you actually, when you're talking about Bren's lineup, you were talking about almost everyone having a stun, right? And like a mini stun, you have some way to kind of deal with that. And if you're looking at this, Ember here does not want to be stunned at all. This is very worrying, especially the last pick. But I think GodHela here is looking to just have Yawate just kind of outclass them, just kind of hopefully, outskill them, so to speak. But this is an interesting lineup. We know the lineups going into this game. Who do you have going in?
I like Bren draft a lot. I feel like it's just very well balanced. You have Initiation, you have a winning condition on Wraith King, it's better than Faceless Void. Also, you have a Leshrac that can take towers early on, so that gives you the potential to snowball, take over the map control, and also potentially Roshan as well with the Diabolic. So in overall, I like Bren, so I feel like they are very well-rounded. They have a lot of boxes ticked in their draft. As for GodHela, like Faceless Void is still one of the best hero out there. I just wish that in the team fight they could go for heroes that are not Wraith King, and then just kill the other heroes first and go to the Wraith King at the last. I think if they run this discipline out in their team fight, they could have a much better successful rate in terms of winning team fight against Bren.
All right. So we've got the lineup, we've got the analysis, and everyone's going in. But one thing to note is that I love the fact that Gia is going to be playing the Bounty Hunter, right? because she's the latest addition, and bounties tend to play a little bit solo. They tend to kind of, scout out for vision, find out the enemies, and she can kind of use the fact that she's not completely in sync with everyone yet. Obviously, they've played some games, but this will definitely help her just kind of get into and build synergy with the team, because she's going to be able to find the enemy, she's going to be able to make good call outs, and then she will hopefully be able to find the right pickoffs for the team here. But it looks like they've kind of grouped up here. What do you think about this to kind of start things off?
Yeah, now we have to look at who has a better level 1 potential, right? And that's definitely Bren, because we talk about how many stuns they have. Anyone that get caught by a stun, they're just straight up dead, because from GodHela's side, there's no save at all. It seems like Jia is going to be scouting for the team.
Yeah, they're on the high ground and they see them and they're just waiting. A nice two-man burrow strike to kind of start things off into the arrow, the easiest arrow of her life. But they're going up against the Centaur, who's actually kind of tanky, even at level 1. One more shot and she goes down. GL will draw first blood, and now Leshrac will join the party as well. And there's fights galore, but the nice burrow strike onto at least Gia, but they're going to run. Burrow strike again on Sand King, who had the self, so he's back up, and that's going to be 2 kills to start this off. And Bren Esports are starting off with a firecracker.
They might go for another one. Shen, gotta be careful here. Halzea, he's going for it. We've seen a lot of Halzea on Sand King before. So this is definitely one of our most comfortable heroes. And I'm just very surprised that GodHela stayed around to give Bren the second kill, because it's very obvious that their level 1 is not anywhere as strong as Bren Esports. And we talk about it, right? One stun leads into arrow, into another stun, be it from Wraith King or Sand King, and then Lash comes as well. The amount of chain stun is so strong from Bren Esports, right? And I know you are a person that just likes easier execution draft at all. So I believe you are a big fan of this Bren Esports draft as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's great. There's just so much to it. I mean, like, at the end of the day, I feel like teams that have stuns is just way easier to play, because you just kind of lock them up and then you just kind of like, unload like they did there. And I think that they did a really good job. It just makes your life a lot easier when you have that reliable stun, and especially spread out through the team.
And Era has a clear target as well on who they want to go on. Because a lot of time, if you're playing with a team that is not very in sync with you, or you don't have much time to think about it, and communicate things, the best thing is to pick a bunch of stuns so everybody knows which target they are going on.
Yeah, I think it'll just make it very, very easy here. But if we're looking at the lanes now, Wraith King Bounty versus Hoodwink Centaur, what do you like? Who has the edge?
I'll definitely say Centaur Hoodwink, because Bounty Hunter is not the nature babysitter kind of post fight that you want, and Wraith King is not strong on its own, especially Centaur being one of the most one of the strongest offlaner right now in this current meta. He can definitely bring a lot of harassment on the Wraith King, but that's only if he plays aggressively though.
Mm-hmm. And Gia already being a nuisance by killing the courier and staying in stealth and just kind of, absorbing some of the XP, but not taking too much, as Gil is now level 2.
Yeah, seems like there's a bit of lag coming out from Faces White side, knowing how she smashed on her button, smash on the keyboard, and come up with a bunch of random numbers. Yeah, talking about bottom side, Gil level 2 already, and there's an entire wave pushing to her tower as well. So she's gonna be farming quite nicely under the tower, and Jia is just, I will assume that she would just constantly be blocking Shen on the hook ring to pull the big camp. So that's one of the things that position 5 can contribute to the lane. And I would say Ripping should have a pretty good wave for the next minute.
Yeah, pretty good wave. Shen really needs to pull, I think, give them a little bit of space, because it's way too close, and it's a perfect position for Gil, who's already, tops of the last hits. Definitely not where you want to be, and not a good start, because you don't want to let this Wraith King just kind of snowball from here.
Absolutely. And also, Bounty Hunter, we haven't seen this hero on position 5 a lot, but this is definitely one of Jia's most comfortable heroes. Mm-hmm. And this hero is just perfect in snowballing, because once you get to level 6, you keep finding kills with your teammates, and then the bounty track goals are just going to keep building up and building up. And especially if you look at Bren's grand lineup, there are a bunch of heroes that wants to be fighting early on. So that's like the perfect synergy, or the perfect game that a bounty hunter would want to play. A lot of super action-packed game, and everyone can benefit from the track goal.
Right. And it's just it's such a snowbally hero, right? Like once you have that vision, and Gia is kind of all over the place. I think her awareness is just top class in that sense. But we're gonna have to see that. But it's a struggle to get to level 6, right? It's a struggle to especially as a position 5 where you're not given all that space and to kind of just leech as like a position 4 might. You're in a much tougher position, I would say, for Gia.
Yeah, that's the one thing. That's the biggest weakness about Bounty Hunter 5 because you don't want to be staying on the lane to leech a lot of XP from the Rift, from the carry. So what a Bounty Hunter would want to do is to contest the Power Rune, the Bounty Rune, and of course the Water Rune as well. So if Jia is not careful, she might be in some experience trouble. But let's see how she will play this out. So far, she has been staying on the lane a lot.
Oh, faces Void solo. Just barely able to get out, ticks out away, and Hazelia will draw that one. Gets the arrow even onto Yang, who has to use her stick to just kind of keep herself alive under the tower. And yeah, that was super close.
That's the killing potential from this Mirana and Sanking combo. And Faceless Void is not that kind of hero that can really defend himself from that, because even though he has like a time walk, but still cheap harassment coming up from Mirana is so annoying.
Stun. Rayfire Blast is going to be used just to protect Jill, but it looks like Centaur will back off. Jill with the nice team play. I think a little bit of a high five there and just like protecting your support, right? All right, we haven't talked much about this mid lane matchup, Leshrac versus the Ember. What do you think? What are your thoughts on this one?
I'll say Leshrac is super happy when he's up against any melee heroes. Ember Spirit is also not an exception as well. As you can see from the CS wise, 17 on Lash and only 10 on Ember Spirit. And he has already dropped out a lot of harassment on this Ember Spirit. Mary has already gotten his bottle early on, whereas Ember Spirit, now he's gonna run back to his career and get the bottle. And it means that he's gonna be missing out a lot of XP from this mid lane. Yeah. That's not a perfect start for Ember Spirit at all.
Very rough. And I mean, it's one of those things where Leshrac, you don't want to let the hero just kind of snowball, because the push potential, especially early, is just a scary sight to see, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially Leshrac is one of the heroes that he can just move around.
The burrow strike and the creep actually body blocked it. The arrow that was coming in from Legaia, and actually Faceless Void just barely surviving. Yusuro best, at least a coffin dance that creep, because that creep ended up saving her life.
Yeah, mid lane, Mary just brought down Yawate as well. He's only level 5 though, so not sure how he did that, but there must be some kind of misplay coming out from Ember Spirit trying to be aggro with the Flame Guard. Top lane, Yang is dying to Legaia as well. One lead will be able to clean his life.
Yeah,
and bottom side, where Santo is in a lot of trouble as well.
Yeah, it was getting a little bit low, but they actually they messed up the bushwhack into the Centaur Stomp. I think that Shan was a little too early on that one, so they're actually going to have to back off here. In the laning phase, yes, it's a 3k net worth lead, but it seems like it's not been a good first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, if you look at CS-wise, all 3 cores from Bren, they are way ahead of GodHela's cores, so that might be a problem. And also, we talk about how snowbally Bren Esports draft is. With the early levels, they will be able to just run at GodHela's, especially with this trial from Mirana, Sanking, and Bounty Hunter.
Oh, Yawate was running for his life. He's only level 5. Miri just runs up. Easiest kill of her life right there. We'll take that one. And it's 6-0 already in 5 minutes.
Oh, bottom side Centaur.
Oh, backs off. Gia actually dodges the stun, goes back in with the shuriken, gets that one. And 3 kills already in a span of 10 seconds. And that was just the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, this is so action-packed. The top lane is definitely the lane that Faceless Void is struck. Like, this is the most struggled lane from GodHela's, because they absolutely need some early levels and farm on the Faceless Void, because Faceless Void is not the hero that can recover at all. Is there the catapult blocked the angle of the Mirana's arrow? Otherwise, Faceless Void might be in a lot of trouble.
And there's a pretty big level difference at this point. Yusuro just hitting level 4 at this point. And Lion has to do the Walk of Shame all the way back in. But all right, okay, what do you do as GodHela? How do you get back in this game?
They'll have to identify the strongest hero on the map right now, and then try to play towards the strong hero. Ziado is scouting out Shan, might be there.
Oh, and they actually spotted it out. Gia was very patient there, making some good moves already, and does have 2 career kills to her name as well.
Yeah, the thing GodHela has to do is really bring the Ember Spirit to the Centaur, because they don't want to involve FSL in any kind of engagement right now, because this hero needs his time to farm and needs his time to recover before he gets to level 6 with the Chronosphere. Bottom lane, that being said though, Centaur,
he's kind of by himself, level 4. Gia was throws out the shuriken, slowed down. The acorn shot actually stops it. Shan with a nice save there, and we'll let Centaur happily walk back at least to the T1.
upside.
Arrow, they found Yang, Starfire as well. The Urn, and he does go down. Lion is dead. Yusuro wants revenge, goes for Legaia, trying to find her. She hits level 6, but the epicenter has been used, and Yusuro is chasing around, and they actually get the outplay there, and it's 12-1.
Man, that's the difference in experience kicking in. Oh, bottom side again. That's another kill on the Centaur as well. Like this guild, this Wraith King plus Bounty Hunter laning is working out unexpectedly good for them.
Yeah, it's actually quite well. I mean, we knew the Sand King Mirana combination was going to be great, but I mean, the Bounty Wraith King, you don't see that combination all the time, especially since you want, you talked about having like a real support position 5, and in this case, Bounty is just making moves, and you can win through other means, right? And it looks like she's making her way into the mid lane and steals the lunch money of Yawate.
There's an Arcane seeking a top lane. Lashrak is gonna run towards it.
Yeah, mind you, they've already gotten the T1 mid, ever so important. Gia's only level 4 though, walked under a sentry though, and the Hex, and it looks like they're backing off here because they realize that the reinforcements are coming, and Mira, just her sheer presence, I don't know if it's her odor or what, but it just pretty much scared everyone away.
Yeah, there's no chain skilled up for now on Ember Spirit, and this is really the lack in experience that's killing them, because if Ember Spirit is like level 7 or 8, Bounty Hunter might die there, and no one is actually scared of Ember Spirit now, because without the chain, it's really hard for him to kill anyone.
Oh, with Moonlight, they did the fake back, Sleight of Fist just to keep herself alive. She's gonna try to Remnant, but I think they're backing away, and they're looking for the Remnant. They take the Courier instead, and Yawate was just like, come on, man, just let me have my goods.
That is boots on the Courier for, like, he's gonna be playing without boots for...
Oh, it's
my
the
God.
arrow! Timed it with a slight, but they do have dust, and Legaia should be killed here. Yes, she does go down, but they did get the kill on Yawate first.
Yeah, it's a painful one for the Ember Spirit. He lost his career, lost his boots, and now he lost his life. And top lane, we are already seeing Mary using...
Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, he's already using the Arcane plus the Diabolic to push down this early tier 2 tower. Can they punish this?
They can. The Stampede is going to be used. They're trying to get him, but the Hex is on use. The Acorn shot is going to be connected, and they do end up getting Miri. That's a pretty big one. The 3-kill streak going the way of Yawate, which she definitely needs at this point. Great Fire Blast. They found Centaur, but Centaur's so tanky. And mind you, Gil, having such a great time, goes Midas first. Looks like Radiance is up next. What do you think about this build?
Yeah, she's queuing up a Divine Rapier, so I like it. She's being a chat. She's very ambitious. This is about asserting dominance, right? To all the remaining participants out there. This is showing how strong they are, how confident they are. So I have no problem with that.
There's no way they go Midas into Rapier, right?
Of course. Yeah, that's mostly just a meme. But yeah, Radiance would definitely be the more normal build here.
The Yules into the split earth. Oh, she actually dodges it. Yawate with the plays. Now she's running for her life. Does need to be careful as Miri does not really care and just rolls up on Yawate, tries to Remnant back in, but they are going hard. She has to use all of her Remnants just to get to the high ground. She is fine, but it doesn't look like Yusuro. Okay, has to time walk away.
Yeah, that was amazing, Chrono, but unfortunately they do not have any damage right now in this current stage of the game, because all of their heroes, they need a lot of experience to have the skills to do damage, and especially Faceless Void is a hero that really don't do any damage without a Mask of Madness so far, and Time Lock is only level 1, so that was a bit unfortunate for them. Lion is not level 6 just yet, so they don't have the burst on Fingers of Death.
And it's super scary, right? In the sense that, like, You expect the line to be level 6 at this point. I mean, it's 11 minutes, and we'll give her a little bit of credit in the sense that she did have a bit of a rough lane. But look at what Jill has done. She's level 9. She does not have reincarnation, so she's not afraid whatsoever, even if they did have Finger and some sort of burst and some way to deal with this Wraith King.
Yeah, oh, speaking about that mid lane.
Oh, nice two-man burrow strike by Yang there. We'll keep him alive. Oh, gets a lucky bash, gets 2 in a row, but the epicenter's been used, and Yusuro goes down, and Stampede is going to be used as well, and Moonlight will be used, and they will just kind of back off now.
Yeah, U0, she used the timer offensively into the last track, and if you can't burst down the last track, she's gonna kill you with all the burst damage she has. This is where Bounty Hunter feels a lot of fun.
Oh, the burrow strike into arrow. It's like the team that has been together for so long. Okay, they do have him, Hazelia locked to the tree for a second, but Centaur is still there, barely alive. Pause is going to be used, but that was a pretty nice burrow strike, stopping Gia at this point. But it's 15-3, 12k net worth lead at 12 minutes.
Can they go for more though? Because this is a very dangerous position for Bren Esports if they want to. They have a lot of vision. Literally, all 4 heroes are being tracked thanks to the high ground vision that Jia put down 3 to 4 minutes ago. So this is definitely looking at a good fight, but positioning-wise, they might not have the tools to keep going because Last Strike is a bit far, and Last Strike is not very healthy as well. So let's see if they want to go for this. But these 4 bounty track kills, though, looks very delicious right now.
It is, but okay, look at this. The fact that Centaur here, smiley face, 0, 3, and 2, but she's level 8 and she's got the tomb. Is this just a really bad core?
Right? That's true.
Right?
Yeah. I'm not sure why is she holding the Tomb of Knowledge, because that Hoodwink could definitely use the Sharpshooter. Lion is level 6 now, but she has no mana for Fingers of Death. So yeah, I think if he could pass the Tomb of Knowledge like right now instantly to Hoodwink, they could maybe turn around the fight with the Sharpshooter freshly picked up. Let's see if they can. Let's see if they could do that.
I mean, like this is look at how much space they're providing. They're focusing everybody into this side of the map to just fight. Where Jill is just happily pushing the top lane at this point, and that is going to have the T2. I mean, it's just like literally a hit away. And yeah, they're just kind of controlling the map, exerting dominance.
Yeah, this is just gonna go even better for Bren Esports because the more tower they get now, they're gonna be getting outposts. Bounty Hunter will be just putting down so many aggressive ops. And GodHela's, the supports are gonna be forced to buy a lot of sentries to get their jungle back. And you know, if Bren Esports position themselves in the entrance of the jungle, they could just repel all the move coming out from GodHela to try to reclaim their jungle back. And that is really where Bren Esports can start asserting their dominance in terms of choking GodHela's in their own base.
It's tough to get any sort of like. I mean, I totally understand it and trying to take over, you know, your jungle again and then getting back into the game. But it's a very difficult situation when you're looking at just like Ember's like items alone, right? She has Maelstrom like queued up, but she's got a wand, brown boots, an empty bottle. I think that she actually used that bottle as a flask and she just drank all the alcohol at this point because it's just about commiserations, right? It's a very difficult time.
Yeah, it is. They don't have any sort of damage. That's the biggest thing because Bren Esports, they're playing so aggressively, but there's no way GodHela's can punish them. There's no way they can punish their aggression as well. And look at you. Look at Bren. They're already taking another tier 2 tower in the mid lane, and there's no kind of defense at all from GodHela's side simply because of how low they are right now. And there's just so much recovery needs to be done from GodHela's side. Bren Esports, they're not giving that kind of room of breathing, that kind of breathing room for GodHela at all.
No room to breathe. I mean, when you have such an advantage, though, you want to press the attack. You want to just force it out. You don't want to turn this into a throw. So you just got to close out the game. So I do like it how Bren Esports are playing in that sense. But all right, Yusuro here just kind of time walks most of that damage away, but she's been tracked. And Gia actually just being a gatekeeper, not even letting Yusura go home.
Yeah. Oh, the arrow's not gonna hit, but Kizara is here. Just thinking about it. The dust randomly got popped here by Centaur. Not gonna catch Gia though.
Very late, and Gia just like out like 200 IQ in it, in the sense of just understanding the limits of where that dust is and just backing in and out and getting track on everybody.
I'm surprised that Lashrak is not here more often with the trial, because they have a lot of disable, but they definitely need Lash to be in front to protect.
Oh, the Stampede. They're going for Legaia. They're trying to go in. 2 leaps have been used. They do have the chains. They do have Legaia locked in, but the nice 2-man burrow strike by Hezelia, saving her teammate, at least for now, but they're on the run. Pipe is going to be used, or I believe that's Hood at this point, but they do have the split earth. Miri is here, and she's on a train. She's got the disco ball. Nobody wants to dance with her. Arrow is going to be a little off the mark. Smiley face is here. Here comes the chrono. Nice 3-man chrono. They're going to go right to Legaia here. The delivery has been made. Amazon, props to you for making a delivery through that kill, but it looks like Yuzero will now back away.
Yeah, that was another 3-man chrono, but luckily this time he has enough damage to clean off the Mirana, and at the back line, Sand King also use this epicenter and get a kill on the Lion as well. And here comes all the chorus of Bren Esports. They might want to look to go high ground since there's no Stampede and also faces Sword ulti. But if they want to play safe, which they will, they might want to look into doing Roshan, because that's just the way to end the game quicker, and also the safest way to keep snowballing as well.
And they've taken, I believe that was the last T2. Yeah, so it's just a matter of high ground at this point, and the little space that you had at GodHela, now you are gonna just, you don't have much room or any sort of way to get farm, and they're actually just kind of ganking you when you're left alone. And Smiley Face here will try to run off. Burrow Strike only onto 1. Wraithfire Blast connects on the Yang. Oh, that damage! But the Bushwhack is on point and does stop most of that, and they will go and cry into their high ground.
Yeah, even though they are not dying, but they are not farming either, because they're just putting all the numbers into react. Oh, what a jump coming off Izaya.
Burrow Strike into the Split Earth. Nice little combination. Oh, they do have a decent amount of damage, but that Centaur is tanky. Here comes Yawate in. Stampede is now going to be used, but they've used Moonlight to kind of just break that one off. They're going to back off. Leshrak does go down. Miri down for 30 seconds here. And they got something. That is a high ground defense, at least.
Yeah, that's a successful one, and that is also the first Finger of Death kill coming up from Lion. Much needed kill from Bren Esports, but surprisingly, they're only getting 384 gold from this Lashrak kill. And sometimes I swear Dota is just weird, because Bren Esports, they're holding 17k lead right now, and giving away the mid hero is only giving away 380 gold. Yuzero?
Yeah. Oh, Yuzero by herself. Wraithfire Blast into Arrow, and everybody and their moms right now have a stun on Bren Esports, so very easy to hit those arrows when everyone can line it up for you.
This is the dream Mirana game. Like, we have been casting a lot of games where Mirana first pick Mirana into no setups, but this is not at all. Another arrow.
It's a arrow on her own into the Meteor Hammer though, and that will set up that little combination. And Gil on a killing streak. And who has the Meteor Hammer? My gosh.
Yeah, that's Legaia. She's not done with all the stuns that I have. That what she wants more. She wants the tower damage as well. That's a smart pickup, knowing how much stuns they can bring down.
Lincoln forward by Jill. The nice little Wraithfire Blast and the Chrono, but on the back, and I do believe Yawate's stuck in that one. The Split Earth is actually going to stop Yuzero. She goes down as well. 3 down so far, but Wraith King hasn't even been killed. He's going to armlet toggle away. The Burrow Strike in forward. They found Hoodwink, or what was left of him. Rip Squirrel, and the Lion as well, and Gil will now die and reincarnate as a even greater king.
Man, there's just so many stuns. Like, how do they play against this? They need, and she's called. They know that there's no way to deal with it. There's no save at all. And Wraith King is gonna get another kill here before they finish off the game.
All right, well, at the end of the day, love you, Miri Idol. At least, some props at least going in and showing a little bit of respect here. And the love is real, the sportsmanship is great, and of course, this is the FSL Dota 2 Open. And this one is going to be a bit of a barn burner in the sense that it's 24-5, a little bit of a stomp, but it all started with the laning phase.
Yeah, it's a very explosive start as well for the first game of the day. Bren is just really understanding what this current meta provides and what is the best way to play out this current meta, which is very active gameplay, right? Keep fighting because there's just so many small objectives for them to take, and they have the best lineup for them to snowball with the bounty and the track goal. So that's just really very well orchestrated, very well drafted as well, and Bren really executed to what their draft is supposed to do.
Yeah, and look at the bottom lane from them. Bren Esports, Wraith King, and Bounty Hunter, both of them, not even dying. I mean, yeah, we saw a reincarnation, but that doesn't count. 5-0-6, 4-0 and 11, just completely snowballing the game. And yeah, Gia only got 6,000 gold or whatever, but look at this, the amount of gold she stole with Janata, 138. And she was providing vision throughout, not to take anything away from the rest of the team who kind of dominated their lane in terms of, the Leshrac, the Sand King, Mirana, Arrow, everything was just really on point. Very well oiled machine. I was very happy with their performance, at least for game one.
Yeah, you mentioned that Bren is one of the powerhouses in FSL Dota League, and also, of course, they are proving your words to be true. And I'm just really excited to see more of them. I feel like they have a really good understanding of the draft right now, and they play towards each other very well too. There's a lot of synergy and chemistry that is really pleasant to watch.
And at the end of the day, I think GodHela will come back in. I mean, yeah, it was a bit of a stomp, but it's a learning experience, right? In the sense of just like, hey, what can we do a little bit better? How can we improve? I think the laning phase is definitely something that they need to work on. Just make sure that like the first 10 minutes, and I always look at this as like chess. You know what I mean? You have a good early game that will set you up for success in the mid to late game. So they kind of really need to just buckle down, figure out the mechanics, understand where they lost. And I think there's a lot to learn from this replay, and they can go back to it. Mind you, these guys are not eliminated. This is double elimination. Yes, they drop into the lower bracket, and hopefully we see them down the road.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good learning experience at all. Yeah, it's always depend on what kind of feedback can you look at it, and what kind of learning experience that you can get from it. So it's from every strong team, they have to lose 1,000 times before they become strong. So that's just only a start for GodHela.
Oh, really? You lose 1,000 games and then you start winning? Because that's not happened to me.
I have lost a lot of games before. Yeah, that's mainly the point. Yeah.
All right. So let's give a quick shout out to our sponsors of Intel, Tokenized Exchange, and Yahoo. Without them, we would not have been able to have this. This is the FSL Dota 2 Open. My name is Huller, and I'm with Arthur. Let's take a quick break as we go into game 2, coming up shortly. Hello and welcome back to FSL Dota 2 Open. My name is Holler and I'm with Arthur, and we're going to go into game 2. How are you doing today, Arthur?
Good afternoon. I'm good, sir. We're excited to cast this game 2 between Amazons and also Lukiami. Interesting fact, Amazon just came off a very long game. They were down 24k in goal deficit and they managed to come back. So that could give them some very good momentum, and that makes me very excited to see how can they ride onto that momentum and keep going from here.
Is it going to be momentum, or is it going to be like a time where you might be tired, right? Like I think fatigue might be one of those factors, especially since we have so many games coming up. But would that actually factor into this, or are they just Dota players at the end of the day?
It depends on how their sleep is yesterday night, I would say. I mean that was just the game one, right? I think game one normally you'll be warming up yourself, and if you go through this really insane comeback, I would think that set up a tone for your entire day that you are on this very high confidence status. So I hope that the fatigue is not kicking in just yet, because normally I think fatigue for Dota players it kicked in, maybe at game 3, game 4.
Mhm.
I hope this is still okay for them.
Yeah, and but coming back from 24k again, that's going to be a big shot in the arm, in the sense of just like re-energizing you and putting you back into this game and in the tournament, right? And this is a double elimination one where you have really no room to maneuver, seeing as that all the games except for the grand finals is going to be a best of one, so you need to win out, and you need to win out early. But before we go into the draft, let's give a quick shout out to our sponsors of Intel, Tokenized Exchange, and Yahoo. And let's hop into the draft and see what, Lugiami and Amazons of the Themyscira. I will never pronounce that correctly. I don't know how to start with that one.
Yeah, I just did a quick Google search on what Themyscira is. Apparently, that is the place that the Amazon's warrior lived at.
Oh, okay.
It's the origin of the Wonder Woman. So yeah, that fits the FSL idea very perfectly, right? Because we are saying everyone can be your own heroes, and this is definitely the name for the game.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, I thought it was one of those things where it's like the MY is in Malaysia, and then Syra, or you know what I mean, like just piecing it together. But maybe I'm just 200 IQ, well, minus 200 IQing it at this point, and just overthinking it at this
negative 200 IQ.
All right, you don't have to rub it in, all right? All right, so the draft is underway. We've seen a decent amount of bans. Puck is being banned in every single one so far, as well as Ursa. But what kind of sticks out to you, at least in this draft?
First of all, I'm very interested in knowing why they banned out a partner from Lugiami to be the first ban, because that is definitely not anything that we have seen lately. So maybe there's a amazing partner player from Amazon here. That's why they respect ban it. But in terms of ban and pick wise, I think pretty normal stuff. I like how Amazons they banned out the Dying Stalker to open up their 2 backline supports. I think that's an amazing protect ban.
Mm-hmm.
But for me myself, I'm not a big fan of 2 backline supports. But Amazons, they are definitely picking Tidehunter to protect that as well. And TB is one of the heroes that can also make use of the backline support. So I guess so far Amazons, they're alright. Lugiami's side, they have more of a meta pick sort of state. So Snapfire plus Centaur, very solid lane. Grimshock +1 is gonna be pretty solid as well. So it seems that Lugiami, they are just putting a lot of the meta heroes in pieces into this draft together.
Mm-hmm. And we're seeing a lot of similarities, at least, the meta that's kind of going to develop even in this tournament alone. But the Centaur being there, Snapfire is also there. But now we're seeing a Gyro and Grimstroke. And aside from the fact that both of these heroes start with the letter G, what is that synergy that these two have?
Well, I guess Grimstroke, normally you would want to be pairing with a mini hero because you want to make use of the Ink Swell. But I guess in this case, Gyrocopter not only the early activeness he can bring to the team, also it's a great Tidehunter killer as well on the lane. So Rocket Barrage into the homing missile plus the Grimstroke slow coming out from the Stroke of Fate, I think that's gonna be really troublesome for the Tidehunter to deal with. So I like this lane, even though Gyrocopter is not the traditional hero that Grimstroke would want to pair with, but this gives them a lot of killing potential to kill the Tidehunter.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, and they're going to need some way to deal with this green old watermelon, because he's just going to create a lot of space for Terrorblade, make it very difficult to get even close to him. But, I mean, dealing with the Terrorblade do they have enough potential burst? Do they have the stuns to kind of just, I mean, yeah, you have the silence and stuff like that. You have ways to kind of work around it, but is it enough? And do you want to, is there like a hero that kind of you want to pick out just to kind of deal with this team?
10 seconds remaining.
I would say yeah, because normally you see teams picking heroes with burst damage so that they can quickly bring down the Terrorblade. Tiny, one of the most uprising mid hero right now, is still in the pool. I think Lujami, if they want to go for Tiny, is a pretty damn good Tiny pick against Rubik Lion Terrorblade. That's a lot of heroes to be killed easily to the Avalanche Torch combo. Another hero, Quap, is getting banned by Amazon, so they're removing all the TB killers. There's still Lina in the pool, there's still Lash in the pool, so I would say the Lujami, they still have a lot of hero choices left in the pool for them to pick up. It really depends on what is their comfort pick here.
Okay. We're going to have to see what they play out. But again, it seems to be very kind of similar, at least in heroes thus far, in the sense that you've got the Centaur, the beefy guy up front, you know, matched up with the Tide as well. So you just have those guys, and then you have kind of like the backliner slash, I mean, Gyro TB can be in almost anywhere in your face doing damage, but like it seemed to be very similar in playstyles.
Yeah, that's definitely true. They both have the tanky offlaners to protect their winning condition, but I would say Lujami, they look a lot more explosive compared to Amazons though, because of their early levels, their early aggressiveness that can be led by the Gyrocopter. With this last pick, oh, it's a BB. That's cool. So that doesn't fit the condition that we want, which is a hero that comes in with burst damage. Bristleback is a super tanky hero. His damage is relatively slower. But one thing about Bristleback is he can invade jungle very easily, and it kind of fits what Lujami's previous 4 heroes, because they want to play fast, and Bristleback is one of the best heroes that can lead his team to be playing very fast.
And I think that Gyro kind of gave that away in the sense that we're going to play a little bit early to mid game and just kind of focus our attention on that. So it kind of does fit in with it. Obviously Bristle and Centaur, when you guys have those guys up front, it's like, oh, which one do I choose? You know, the rock or the hammer, and kind of dealing with this, right? Both of those guys are very, very sturdy, makes it very difficult to get in. Amazons are going to want to sit back and farm, make sure that TB can kind of carry them in the late game. But I don't even know if they're going to get to that late game.
Yeah, they have to pick someone with some depush potential and also an answer to the BB and Centaur, because they have no burst damage right now from Amazons. They'll have to wait for Terrorblade's item to come up for them to have enough damage to kill the 3 core. So I'll say Viper seems like a pretty good pick here for Amazons. It's a nature counter to Bristleback, but okay, they go for Necrophos, another tanky heroes killer. Paris has a pretty good synergy with the Lion Finger, except for that. So that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, you have potential. You have the Reaper Sight to kind of make sure that Bristle, you turn him into Bristle front when you can kind of just lock him into place, so to speak. So you definitely have ways around it. But one thing that, and I know that Kazumi is a Rubik player, but you picked it early, you picked it into Snapfire, but getting those steals, I mean, like, not the best spells to steal, I would say. You know, I mean, they're all kind of mid-average. You don't have like the black hole, so to speak.
Yeah, I would say the best heroes to steal spells from would be the Grimstroke. Anything from Grimstroke is pretty good, or the Stampede from Centaur. That's basically the best spell here for them to pick up. That's if they can manage to steal the Stampede, that would be the counter initiation that would be the retreat from the Soulbind of Grimstroke. So yeah, I would say, like you said, like both teams, they are drafting in the very same style, but looking at the hero choices though, I would definitely go with Lujami here, because I do think that their heroes fit the meta really well, that you want to be playing fast, and you have 2 heroes to invade jungle. Amazons, they have 1 Reaper Sight to kill one of the tanky heroes, but what if they run out of damage for another one? That would be a big problem. That would be, you know, all the eggs in the Terrorblade basket for him to carry, for him to do the damage, and he needs a lot of time for that.
So I guess you talk about invasion, and then obviously TB does need to get that farm. But I mean, in terms of laning, who is the most important piece of the puzzle from Amazons to kind of make sure that Terrorblade has that space?
I'll say Tide and then Necrophos. Like, they have to go 50-50 in their lane, and they have to find their ways to stabilize the lane so that the game remains slow, and the slower the game is, the better it is for the TV to just farm up to his SNY Skadi timing, and that's the time TV really wants to shine. So before that, it's just the 4 heroes of Amazon trying to buy time for TV to hit that pick without losing too much of a map control and go lead.
Prepare for
Okay,
battle.
okay. All right, but in terms of lineup alone, which do you like?
Lujiami. I just like they have hero, they have Roshan potential, they have tower pushing potential, they have the potential to snowball and take control of the enemy triangle as well. So I just feel like their heroes and the draft tick a lot of boxes, especially with the last pick BB. It's kind of the gotcha pick here for Amazon because they don't have any really good reliable damage for this BB.
All right, for this baby, huh? You calling him out, your baby or BB?
BB, my BB.
All right, okay. That would have been super awkward if you said it. All right, nonetheless, they've got a smoke here. They're looking to wrap around. They might catch something as they get to the high ground, but I think that's going to be the extent of
30
this.
seconds
Oh,
to
they're going to walk right in. Angel's going to be the one that tanks this. It was a little AFK for a second. Angels, oh, the burrow strike. Oh, or the first spike, excuse me. Only hits on the gyro, and they're going to give up first blood there.
Yeah, I think Angel could be like just communicating with her team, looking here and there, and she did not seem like she saw the smoke coming out from the Lujiami.
Yeah.
That being said, the Grimshaw went for level 1 Inkswell, and then we saw Snapfire going for a Fire Snap Cookie at level 1. That's not the ideal. That's not really the ideal skill that you want to be scaling up at level 1. So that's a bit of win for Amazon there, I would say, because Snapfire normally you go for this Blightstone level 1 and you want to be abusing that with the Leo Shredder level 1 so that you can just chim in some really good chip damage. But because of this cookie, the harassment power from this Snapfire would be decreased so much in the level 1.
Yeah, and I don't even know if that was the cookie even used. It was, right?
Yeah, it was.
Okay. All right, nonetheless, Kazumi here will just kind of trade with Barita, and Kazumi went with Fadebolt, so she's going to be a little bit better prepared for the laning phase.
Yeah, she has 2 Fairfire as well, so she's all for the trade hits here, first team. Angel is really pushing out the lane, so that's good for them. If they can hit level 2 first, that would give them some really good timings to go for the early kills.
And okay, one thing to note is Angel, yes, gave up first blood, but she gave it up to the Centaur, at least in terms of gold. I mean, yeah, YS right here has got a little bit more XP, but it's not like giving up first blood to someone in the lane. So small wins.
Yeah, that's not the worst scenario for them. That's definitely okay for them. Tanda is still as strong, even though after feeding the first blood, Kuzmi is already pulling the speed cam. So that's gonna help them secure the lane equilibrium back to their favor.
Yeah, I like that. Just push out the lane, try to get the quick level 2, then start pulling the lane back, and then just kind of, it's a little different from the last one where we didn't really see much pulling, right? It was kind of just, wherever the creeps ended up, and Jill just got super fat. So this is a little bit different from the last game. So we're seeing just how teams play the laning phase. Yeah,
this is the basic. I would say the formula right now to play the off lane. You always want to be pushing first and then pull the big camp.
Mm-hmm.
And as a post 5, the biggest responsibility is really to stop the position 4 from pulling the big camp once they're pushing. So Barita here definitely he missed a bit of chance, and Kuzmi with this pull he's gonna feel so good as he will be getting some extra cash from this big camp, and also look at Angel.
Cookie's a little off the market. Obviously, the rocket will connect, and they're going to do some damage, and they shred through him, and Angel goes down the second time already. And Kazumi, yes, you talked about the pull and how great that was, but if you can kill the offlaner, that's a win.
Yeah, that just completely defeats the purpose of pulling there. I think when it happens, it's very important the offlane to be playing a bit safer for a while, because you know that the creeps are pushing into the tower. So just be a bit safe. Tyrander's positioning there was a bit just too cocky, and we talk about how good Gyrocounter is as a Tyrant killer, and that just demonstrates to us perfectly.
Radiant's middle tower
I think it was Angel just being like, embodies, I'm going to be a fruit. I'm going to be the watermelon. I'm this big tanky, this Tide Hunter. Nobody can kill me, but, at the end of the day, the watermelon, you can crack that thing open, especially since you're only level 2. So a little bit of a misplay there. Hopefully she can bounce back in as she TPs back into the lane.
Oh, seems like they want to make a move again. They are both level 3.
Oh the little shredder, the rocket, that's going to do some work. And YS, they just focus on the cookie, but it goes a little farther, but you know, that's the position that she wants to be in. And Angel solo, not really having much of a chance, goes down for a third time. At this point in my pubs, I think the Tidehunter was like, all right, I'm just going to AFK jungle.
Yeah, I mean, not only he died for the third time, he does not have TP to go back to the lane as well. So that's the biggest thing. He'll have to do the walk of shame. And by the time he reach this laning phase again, Gyrocopter is gonna be level 4. So this is gonna be so hard for Angel, and I don't know what can they do here except for Rubik going to stack some jungles for Tidehunter to recover, but that's not happening just yet too.
Yeah, that was this has been a bit of a rough start here. Not to say that it's unsalvageable, but definitely they got their work cut out for them. Now, if we're looking at the top lane here, TB, Lion, Centaur, Grimstroke, what do you think about this matchup?
I think this is where Lujami really want to be putting a lot of pressure on. TB, you know that this hero, he's going to be hitting the jungle at level 5, level 6 with points on Metamorphosis and also the Conjure Image. So that point is really how do you pressure the TB before he gets to the jungle point.
Oh, but the rocket, yeah, that's going to home in on Kazumi. He's got the self, so it's going to get as much life as possible, but she's all by herself now. Even Angel's like, oh, look at that full dying in the lane.
And just 2 kills and 2 assists right now. Even though she only has 8 last hits, but these kills are really giving her a lot of return in terms of XP and also gold as well. If you look at her net worth, she's top in his team right now.
Yeah, and I mean, she's been able to get all of these kills, and she's definitely pushing it along. But look at, okay, we haven't talked about the mid lane here, but Gabriella, top in terms of the net worth, doing a pretty good job against this Bristol, who's 3rd place, which isn't that far off. But what do you think about this mid lane matchup?
I honestly haven't seen this matchup for any time. Like Necroforce, she's having a lot of XP and CS advantage here, 35 to 23 of the BB. So she's definitely feeling pretty good. She might be able to threaten and kill here. Oh, Bristleback gotta be really careful. She almost died. She almost died there to the Reaper side.
That was very close. But speaking of somebody dying, Capitana goes down. Grimstroke will take that one and will end up killing the courier as well. And TB was just like, what happened here? Lost my courier, lost my lion. I mean, not a good phase of events.
Yeah, this is the thing that they have to be constantly doing. Just rinse and repeat, harass the TB, make sure that she has to buy a lot of self, or she has to force the lion to buy a lot of self for her. And now TB is going into the jungle, and this is what Lujami wants to see. TB going to jungle at level 4 is not the best, and if Lujami can make use of this siege creep wave and push down the tower, that would be really great for them. And once again, Angel falls at the bottom side of lane, and Gyro, another kill for her.
Yeah, that's been super rough already, and honestly, I'm thinking Angel just needs to give up the lane. Like, Kazumi, maybe you just stick around, just sap as much XP as possible, just salvage as much as you can. I don't think you can deal with them. I think you need to focus on the other lane.
Yeah, good thing is Gyro is not a very good tower pusher, but this siege lane though, they definitely have to... Oh my god, Angel, he's walking right back into Gyro.
Okay, alright. Doesn't realize it is the rocket barrage is going to connect as well, and Angel almost walked back into it, but she's under tower, so YS has got to be a little bit careful. She's going to salve up now, but Angel, wow, half-life already.
Yeah, Angel got to be a bit more patient here because she was running right into the territory of her enemy, and she took a lot of unnecessary damage there. But it's all good as long as she's able to clear out this siege wave, protect the tower. That would be pretty good for them.
All right, so Angel, you didn't have a great lane. I think you've died, what, 4 times already, but it looks like it's going to go Soul Ring, Brown Boots into Blink. Are you okay with that build order?
I'm not sure if she really needs to Blink that early. It feels like she would need some aura items, like maybe the pipe or the guarding greaves, any sort of things like that that can keep his team alive. I think that would be a lot more valuable compared to the naked Blink Dagger Rush that she's thinking about now.
Agreed. I couldn't. I think Pipe is just amazing, especially against that lineup, because you got to mitigate as much damage as you can against that the gyro who's going to run up on you. But, all right, TB on the other hand, first big item, Falcon Blade. Are you okay with that build order?
Yeah, that's okay. I think some of the Terror Blade, they like to have a casual ring of Basilius for the mana regen. Some of them likes to go for Falcon Blade. It's just really player preference. But Capitana
is in the wrong side of this. They do get the stun. The Inkswell is on point, and Metamorphosis is now going to be committed. And they're going to try to focus in. Nice two-man Earth Spike. TPs are coming, and it looks like they baited him out. Kang thought that, you know, she was strong there, but Capitana here, or KPFC, I'm just going to call her KFC because I'm just hungry. But it looks like they're looking for it, and they do get the Earth Spike from downtown, and they end up securing the kill on Kang.
Man, Capitana made that all happen. She was using the mana drain to bait them in to commit on her, and then she runs into the tower range and get the double stun, double impale on Centaur plus Grimstroke. They managed to kill the Grimstroke first. Necros Frost TP down, unfortunately did not have the Reaper, and then another impale lands on the Centaur to bring her down. That was really well played from Capitana.
And they really needed that, right? It was not looking good there, and then all of a sudden getting 2 kills like that just really helps them out. And it creates space for Angel. Okay, Stampede is now going to be used. They found Terrorblade. I don't think he has... Oh, he does have Sunder, and she's going to go, and she's going to cast it. But it's on Centaur, the tankiest of all, but it's 1 versus 4. Not really much you could do at that point.
Yeah, that was just a really good rotation coming out from Rujami. It's very rare for anyone... for a team to bring the Bristol back to the enemy lane, but because they know how important it is to shut down the TB, they sacrificed a little bit of the farming efficiency of Bristol back and brought him to the top lane to clean up the kill. I'm surprised to see them not staying at the top lane to bring down this tower at least. So that could be some loss of opportunity there. But however, Centaur has already completed the Vanguard, so if they want to make another dive here, Capitana is in a lot of danger because he's completely alone in this lane.
She's only level 5. Mind you, it's going to be 10 minutes soon. Capitana here, just a nice little D-ward. Inkswell, that's probably not going to actually connect, even with... Okay, all right, yeah, and everybody's going to back off here. And but if we're looking at Gabriella, she's been very largely quiet, hasn't really been, you know, into too many fights or whatever, but she's got 80 last hits, or she will, and 5 denies at this point at the 10-minute mark. 82, excuse me. That's a pretty darn good lane.
Yeah, it is. She's so fat as well. Double now with the arcane put into the Eternal Shard. She's going to be the front line. And Tyanda is going to be the initiator with the Blink Dagger. And seems like Angel is really committed to the Blink Dagger idea, because she hasn't picked up anything yet. She's just saving up the gold for Blink Dagger, really looking to have the first big Ravage to help his team seal the deal.
All right, I take umbrage of the fact that you just called the Necro player fat. I mean, it's a little disrespectful, dude.
My bad. She's really wealthy.
All right, she's doing well in the game. How's that? But yeah, her net worth is right on top. 500 gold advantage.
She's jacked. Is that even worse? Or maybe it's worse.
No, that's good. That's good.
There's an arcane ring though at the floor, and Necrophos, you know, she's rich enough that she just totally ignored the arcane ring. Okay, she's gonna go back and pick it up now.
Yeah. All right, she's got it now, but she's got the hood. I mean, she's gonna be going Eternal Shroud up next, and so you've got a little bit of aura. Okay, they found it. The Reaper Scythe into the finger, and they say hello and goodbye.
3 ultimates on this Centaur. That's the amount of hate they have for this Centaur. However, they have to quickly just run back to the mid lane to defend this siege wave. They leave for it, and that should be enough for them to defend the wave.
Burrito does need to be a little bit careful here. Inkswell's going to be charged up. They're looking for the silence. Oh, they get the Soban. It connects onto 2, though. And the Snapfire as well, just raining terror. And they kill Angel. Gabriella is going to get silenced. The TP. Not quick enough, excuse me.
That's not how they want to use the cookie offensively. They put Necrophos in a very bad situation. And that was just really weird because I thought they only wanted to defend. Making offensive move like that without a Ravage or any ultimates feels very risky, especially when they just show all 3 ultimates being committed on the Centaur at the bottom lane. That's where Lujami really know that, okay, this is the timing for them to fight.
Agreed. Yeah, they
Amazon
really
just walked into them just like that. So that was a little bit weird there.
Yeah, and not only that, because you made a mistake, now you've lost your mid T1, and it looks like they want to go for a little bit more, but okay, they back off now.
net worth wise, TB is Gyro is a very far away from the Terror Blade, so that's really comes down to the good lane that he had at the bottom side. 4 kills into 5.6k net worth right now. Very early Maelstrom as well. I like this pickup a lot. It's an item that can even snowball harder on your current advantage, and it just helps her be on par with the farming speed of the TB.
It's definitely going to help out. And Gyro, you want to be ending as quickly as possible. I guess what is the build order that you go for YS here?
I would think SNY BKB would be really good. Or if she wants to be a bit greedier, I would say skip the SNY, go for Aghanims and BKB. That would be another way as well. Because Aghanims is just too good of an item on Gyrocopter to be skipped. But normally you wouldn't want to build Maelstrom into Aghanims because that's just a little bit too much on farming item. And that will be delaying the BKB timing too. So yeah. Maelstrom, SNY, BKB sounds pretty okay here for SYS.
Right, and Lujiami, I think that like just the amount of magic damage, once you start getting BKBs, Amazons is going to have a really tough time dealing with you in terms of team fights. So I think the potential is there, but as I said, that Amazon's knocking on tier 2 bottom.
And Joe? She's so deep.
They do have the DD on Neko though, and they do end up killing him. And it looks like they Reaper Scythe, but YS gets fingered, does go down. Gabriella just actually able to out-heal this so far. Just goes down, the stun is on point. And Mortimer Kisses raining on Capitana. Does she get out? No way. All right, she goes down.
That was a pretty good trade coming out from both sides actually, because why? First of all, Amazons, even though they lost 3, they managed to bring down the 2 very rich cores from Lujami side, which are the Gyrocopter and Centaur. And all the time, Terribly has just been sitting in the triangle to farm out the ancient stacks. So I think he managed to farm 2 ancient stacks. Maybe not finishing them, but that was a really much needed space for the Terrorblade. He's gonna get round down by the BB though. Has the
oh, the damage. Okay, LV there just like disrespecting 3 levels higher and forces TB out of the lane.
And she's just gonna walk into the ancient stacks and clear all that up. And this is the power of the Bristleback. That's why Bristleback is so good against heroes that can take stacks, because he can just easily invade jungle and take all the stacks away from himself.
Yeah, I mean, you're self-reliant. You can do whatever you want, and yeah, even taking the rune there, especially the 15 minutes. But they've got the lead, 12-5. The net worth is 2k or so, but they're slowly starting to take away some of the space that you have.
Yeah, that's the thing about Amazon. Their 3 cores are so slow. They are not elusive at all. So it's hard for them to be split pushing. And when you couldn't split pushing, and when you are starting to lose map control, there's just not much plays that you can do on the map. Except for going for like constantly fighting and constantly smoking, taking risky move. Other than that, it seems like that's their only options here for them to come back really reliably.
Oh, they got the Earthspike, the Mana Drain on LV, who's going to just get Fade Bolted as well, but just backs off and shrugs off that damage. She's almost back to full.
Lion is approaching the Blink Dagger timing very soon. And Capitana is having a very good game, despite playing a Pulse 5 Lion, which is sometimes really sacrificial. But because of her amazing play, she's approaching Dagger soon. I think they want to really wait for this Dagger timing, because this is really what they needed. They don't have any good initiation just yet. Actually, they do. Tyranitar has a deep Blink Dagger already, so let's see how they set up for that kill. This is their biggest pick right now. They have to make something happen with this Dagger timing on Tide.
Oh, they got the lift up. They found Barita at least, who's going to be backing off D-Ward, at least the sentry there, but yeah, Capitana doing pretty well. I mean, you've got 2 Finger of Death kills already, and you've almost got a Blink Dagger, and things looked rough in the first 5-10 minutes of the game, but they've really bounced back.
Yeah, 3k lead from Lujami here. They are continue to push their advantage. I like this a lot. They're putting 3 cores together, could commit to 1 lane to take down the tier 2, and this will open up the entire triangle for them, and obviously Roshan as well, because their heroes are so good in taking Roshan with the Bristleback Ghoul, with the Snapfire's Medallion, and also max level Leader Shredder. They will just take down Roshan so fast, and that's why Amazons, they know that they have to take a fight here.
Oh, the Stampede, and they're just gonna run away. Barita just on her horse, so to speak, or Mortimer in this case, and they just kind of run away. But Angel blinks forward, doesn't actually find anything, and a smoke pretty much wasted.
I think they have to keep going again because this is their biggest timing. If they don't go for now, they don't have an advantage for much longer. They might have to do a smoke again just to catch up Lujami, knowing that there's no Stampede right now. Everyone from Lujami is kind of spread out to farm for themselves. And this is actually the best timing for Amazons to make an attack again. But they're not doing it though. They're staying on their lanes to push lanes out.
I mean, they're being a little patient, right? I think they're, I think that they're up and they don't realize how much of an advantage they have right now, or they're looking for the perfect pickoff, which might be here as they blink forward. They do get the stun as well. The Stampede, the Mortimer kisses from downtown doing some work, but the Soulbind there and the Chinese Finger Trap have them locked in, and they're kind of not moving in the same spot. The Reaver Scythe is going to kill the Centaur, so they got that. LB's going to run away now. The Inkswell will scare them away for now, and AOT, they're just doing some work. Angel does go down. Gabriella's looking to fight solo Capitana as well. YS is now here, but ZPY doing some work, and they're just going to kind of scurry them away.
They have to chase, but do they have to disable? Rubik does not have leave. He doesn't have a Ether Lance or a dagger as well. So that will be it. 2 for 1. A lot of ultimates being exchanged, but I would say that's a pretty good trade for Amazons to take. This is what they need to do. They have to position the Necroforce in front to tank the initiation from Lujami, and then the Tyrant comes in with the counter initiation Blink Ravage. That's the perfect scenario for Amazon.
And we saw, I mean, the blink in happened, the Ravage as well, but like the fact that like Ty just has pretty much blink, right? Not really tanky, not really able to just kind of sustain. And once she was focused, she just went down very, very quickly. So between a position 3 tied versus like a position 4 and 5 tied that we've seen in, at least in the DPC, you need to kind of tank yourself up. And I think that Angel does need a little bit of farm just to make sure that she can actually sustain in these team fights.
Yeah, she definitely needs at least a hood so that she can at least absorb some kind of damage for his team. Otherwise, she's nothing. She's just a support without the Ravage. Yeah. So she has to find some way to make herself useful, throwing the bodies into the enemy side, like what the Centaur did there. Centaur is so tanky. Look at his itemization, Vanguard, Hood, and the Blink. So that's what you want on your off lane in this current meta. You want them to be able to initiate and also absorb damage.
Yeah, those are the 2 biggest ones. And I think it was more the fact that like she didn't have a great lane, but she needs to initiate, right? I think that you're gonna have it now with Lion there, Capitan, just getting the blink as well. But now you've got 2 blinks on the team. You can hopefully make something happen. But right now, Lujiyama, they're gonna go for the smoke, and they found the main target. They go right in on TV, who sunders immediately. Rocket Barrage is gonna be used as Soulbind, and nowhere to go, nowhere to run. They kill both of them. This is the perfect smoke. Angel here doesn't even have Ravage, so not really much they can do. Stampede is now going to be used, and this is a stolen one, so this is a pretty big steal there. They found Gabriella. They're going to focus their attention on that. They kill him. Angel was like, all right, all my friends are dead. What do I do?
We talked about how explosive Lujami's draft is, and this is their timing right now. With the Blink Dagger on Centaur, they just... Okay, there's a Go SOD command coming from Amazon.
I think it was a good SOD, but that was actually a pretty amazing smoke there. Catching out 4, turning it into Roshan. Very well played by Lujiyami so far.
I like this itemization coming out from the 2 cores as well from Lujiyami. Centaur obviously going for the classic tanky build, plus the dagger. And look at Bristleback. He knows that he does not want to be tank up because he's just gonna be playing the role of Centaur, and you don't want 2 heroes, two kinds of the same hero, right? So Bristleback went for this offensive build with the Agonims that can just dish out all this AoE goo that slows everyone, and of course the armor reduction is so important as well for the Gyrocopter to amplify his physical damage. So I absolutely loving this itemization for Bristleback.
Yeah, it's actually quite good, and yeah, I agreed with that. Just everything throughout, but I mean, Scepter, and then like I guess what is the eventual build order you want to get to? What do you want? Where do you want to go?
On the Bristleback?
Yeah.
I would say some aura items like the AC Shivas, this would be pretty good, or even some Abyssal Blade would be okay too. I think there's a lot of route that Abyssal Blade can go for, knowing that how ahead he is right now.
All right, yeah, I mean, they're up 8K, second place in terms of the net worth. Their Gyro YS just kind of taking the top spot for now. So they're in definitely the driver's seat, especially with Aegis. Once you got BKP, I mean, this Gyro is going to be super difficult to deal with, right?
Yeah, Area 1 on the Jami side is just so tanky with the all 3 cores. Stampede again, this slow one.
Yeah, and they're going to Stampede on action, but they got Kazumi, not really much of a chance there. Now they're running for their life, trying to get to the high ground. The Soul Bind, they do have them locked in. Nice 2-man stun there, blink in, but the Centaur there, and they got the goo on everything. Capitana running for their life. They've killed 3. What a nice sequence of events again for Lugiama.
And that's so scary when you see a Bristleback with Stampede just running at you with Aghanim's goo. That is some really scary stuff. Especially with Aghanims, it removes the what do you call that? The animation move of the Bristleback. So now you just walks right in and will be spamming all the AoE goos. That's faster Bristleback so much. And what can AoT do here? They're so countered by the heroes of Lujami. The Phantom Embrace for Green Shot totally destroyed Tinder there with the silence. He has no way to hit the Phantom Embrace, and if he wants to, he has to stay there and push out 3 hits. By the time he does it, he's probably dead. So
yeah, really not much of a chance. And if you're looking at what, Amazons have had to deal with, like, look at this. I was thinking, oh, Angel's level 11. She had a rough game or whatever. But then I see Capitana with level 12. And then, of course, ZPY right here, also level 12. Everybody just so low from Amazon. This is very worrying, except Gabriella, who's level 15.
Yeah, we haven't seen much from the TV just yet because she has not been having a lot of space to farm. She has always been hiding in the triangle, getting the ancient creep, but that's not good for her experience-wise because she is not getting all the creep wave experience. And this is where Lujami, they want the frosting happen.
Oh, they blink forward. They found it. More kisses. They're going to do some damage on Gabriella. She's trying to out-heal this, but it's just too much. 49 seconds. She does have buyback. Capitana goes down as well. And they've got the Soul Bind, and they want more. I think that you would probably want to buy back. You got to save what you can. Kazuma, and now the buybacks are coming, but the Ravage is now going to be committed. They found it. And YS, the nice Earth Spike. YS has gone a little too deep, but they do have Aegis. So that's just the first life. But now LV is here. The AoE goo on everybody. Yes, you have Metamorphosis, but he's kind of getting burned right now. The nice Snapfire cookie catches onto 2. Reaper Sight doing some work in the finger. They do end up killing the Bristle, so that's one way. And they found the Centaur as well, but at what cost? They've gotten 3 buybacks thus far, and it looks like they're going to just disengage at this point.
Oh, they're gonna get... Oh no! The Impale, the Earth Sprite was just a little bit too slow there. I think that was like 0.1 second slow. But yeah, they managed to defend this. Most importantly, TB did not have to use buyback. So that was a very big fight for TB to win. Now he has a lot of space to recover himself. He's 1 recipe away from the BKB, but 3 buybacks on the rest of the heroes. Fortunately for them, they did not lose the melee racks. So even though it's costly, it's still pretty successful for them, especially for the TB. So once this TB BKB is up, it's gonna be a lot easier for the TB to output his own damage. But will he have enough damage? That's the biggest problem.
I mean, you got the BKB, you've got the SNY already built, as well as the Falcon Blade. So I feel like, I mean, usually I get scared of TBs that end up getting the Scotty. I think that's like the true tipping point when you see like the Super Saiyan TB. And yeah, she's still a ways away, but really, I don't think she has the time to get all of that, the next big item before the next fight is going to happen.
Yeah, let's see how aggressive Lujami want to be. Are they sway away from being aggressive after the punishment they got there with the dive? I would like to see no, because the heroes are so they don't have to play with any ultimates. That's the thing. Oh,
the blink forward, they found him. But LV's on the way. The Stampede's now going to be committed, and they found it in the double edge as well. Yazumi just gets destroyed there, and Angel trying to run that. That blink seems very short range. I felt like she could blink a little bit further than that.
With this Rubik kill, it seems that Lujami they're not stopping. I like this a lot. They know that there's no rapier. There's no ravage just yet. But it's out very soon though. But at least they're still invading jungle, putting pressure. Angel, She cannot die here.
Oh, this is not good. Not where you want to be. Not a tanky watermelon yet. And she goes down. The positioning not great on that one. No buyback. And it looks like they're going to start chipping on this T3 racks to start.
Oh no, Angel, that was a very big mistake. Now it's 60 seconds without a Tyrande, without a Ravage. This might be at least a pair of racks for Lujami to take.
Yeah, I don't think you can fight this without the Tide, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's one set of racks. It's not the end of the world. You just got to make sure nobody gets picked off, and then you continue the losing at this point.
Yeah, they have to give up these racks. If they still decides to take this fight, oh, King.
Oh, they found her. They found her. She's got. Oh, that's exactly what I said. You cannot do. Look at how down. Oh my gosh, the TV just going down. Sunder your teammate. No, not able to do it. She should have just sundered her teammate or whatever she could have done, but it looks like that's just too much at this point. A bit of a misplay, but I mean, it kind of started with Gabriella just being out of position at that point.
Yeah, oh, that was a bit painful. It's really bad to. It's really sad to lose the game like that. Angel with the death at the ancient camp, that really was the invitation for Lujami to just wipe up their entire base.
All right, but yes, they might lose, but I think Angel, just for the sake of doing it, you blink it, you get a 5-man Ravage just to say you got a 5-man Ravage.
True, that's true. Let's go for it. No. Just, you know, for the resume.
For the resume. Yeah. For the highlight reel, it's like, yeah, we're losing 30-9, but I got a 5-man Ravage, right? That's the only thing that matters.
They called GG. That was very clean coming out from Lujami overall. Good job, good execution. I like how they are snowballing the game together as 5. And I like how they are always grouping up together to take towers into Roche. Everything is just very unselfish and clean.
Their decision making was really on point. I mean, they just got that. They started to, you know, it was kind of tied. I mean, yeah, they were slightly up in terms of the laning phase, but just being able to, like, you know, take the small advantages that you get and just compound them and just continue to force Amazons to make mistakes in terms of the positioning. Like Lujami just looked really, really strong in that game.
Absolutely. I like the itemization as well. Especially, I haven't seen this game, especially Aghanim's on Bristleback. I think that is really amazing coming out from Lujami. It's the item that allows them to be really offensive. And if you look at Gyro as well, Maelstrom, SNY, BKB Satanic, she's not fooling around. She wants to win. Like, that's the classic build that a Gyrocopter can go for, especially against the Terrorblade. So everything is on point, and I want to see more from Lujami right now. I think we are talking about Bren Esports. We know how strong Pacific Ping is. Lujami, I think they could be a really strong contender to the powerhouses.
All right, well, just checking the brackets, seeing as Lujami have moved on, it looks in the other game for round 2 is going to be Bren Esports versus Queen Sentials. I'm sorry, these names are killing me. But the winner of that one. So we're going to have a pretty great game. That one's going to be coming up. Any final words before we go into a break?
Nothing much. I think today, the 2 games that we have watched, the winner, they played some really good Dotas. The loser, they tried their best for sure. And there's still another round for them since this is the double elimination. So I wish to see them come back again later in the day. And I just can't wait for the next game to start.
Yep. All right. So quick shout out to our sponsors of Intel, Tokenized Exchange, and Yahoo. This is FSL Dota 2 Open. My name is Haller, and this is Arthur, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to the FSL Dota 2 Open. My name is Haller and I'm with Arthur, and we're now going into the lower bracket. And which of the two teams are we going to see right now, Arthur?
We are going to be looking at Spitfire and, of course, Amazon of Temisira.
I can't believe you can say that. I can't. All right. Nonetheless, I'm actually super excited about this one. We just saw Amazon's kind of, they had an amazing first game where they came back from like 24K, and then they lost the second one, kind of didn't really have much going, and it seemed like they were on the edge, so to speak. But it looks like now they're going to go into this third game. Of course, this is a double elimination tournament. So this one, if they lose it, they're out, but they're up against Spitfire here. And let's hop into the draft right now.
Yeah, it's a go on or move on situation here for both of the sides, and we said in the last series that we are gonna want to see more of Amazons, and we are right now getting into the draft. We see Widespread and Tiny from Spitfire, very explosive opening coming out from both sides, as Amazon also go for this Shaman plus Juggernaut, one of the very a lot of killing potential kind of lane with the Shaman and Juggernaut if Shaman turns out to be a post 5. Yeah. Not a hero that we have been seeing a lot, but Shaman is always good against the spirits. So I guess it's okay.
Yeah, it's got the lockdown, it's got the control, but one of his arch nemesis, I would say, at least in terms of just steamrolling him, is going to be that Tiny, right? He's going to focus on that Shaman and just kind of blow him up as quickly as possible and make his life difficult. And especially as Shaman, when you're standing still, just shackling somebody, Tiny's just going to, just easily find you in the fight.
Yeah. That's the good thing about Tiny. It's always good against all this squishy backline support. But Shaman, well, there's a couple of itemization that a lot of the supports can go for now against Tiny. Drain drops, the casual fluffy head is going to be so useful as well. And just all these items that can provide raw HP will be really good to keep them alive. And I guess that's why we don't see a lot of Tiny 4 right now, because in this current meta, it's just getting harder and harder to burst down this very squishy support at the backline, because everyone kind of know how to keep themselves alive now.
Yeah. And that's the biggest thing, just staying alive, right? I think that'll just really help you just play better Dota, just not dying as much. So definitely something they need to do. But this is it, right? For both of these teams, this is the lower bracket. There's really no room for any sort of error. So you got to make sure you stay alive, make sure you stay in it. But again, let's look at the bans here. One thing that I've noticed from the last two is that there's no Medusa ban, and we talked about highly how strong that hero is.
Yeah, I guess Medusa is just not in their priority list. And since we are talking about ban, I just want to point out Amazons. They've banned out Ursa, Troll, Razor, and Morphling. Especially the Ursa ban at the first phase tells you how much they really want this Juggernaut to be picked, to be able to pick for Amazons. And this is a move on or go home situation. You definitely want to be bringing your absolute best heroes, your absolute best draft. So I like how Amazons is creating themselves that kind of condition to be able to be comfortable and going for their comfort pick.
All right, maybe this is more of a comfort pick in and of itself, but the Beastmaster 7.29, this is the darling, but then he's been nerfed after nerfed after nerfed in terms of the smaller patches. Now, is Beastmaster even playable at this stage?
Well, I guess the nerf is just making it not so imbalance. I think first of the hero is still playable. The concept of the hero is still very strong. You are able to control the map. You're able to have the ultimate to pierce through BKB, especially with Grimstroke. That's the potential of the double raw. So that's always gonna be sweet. And in terms of this game, I feel like DPS Master is gonna be the off lane here. Always good against Juggernaut, because having one hero that can stun Juggernaut through the magic immune really shuts down the idea of Juggernaut, because this hero wants to be splitting the map, playing aggressively, and then just utilizing the spin TP to get out of danger. But against Beastmaster, he cannot do so. So that's gonna take away the biggest strength of Juggernaut. One of the biggest strength, I would say.
And yeah, he's gonna make it life. You gotta just lock that guy down. You gotta figure out ways to kind of deal with the spin. So I do like that. But okay, one thing different from the last one is that you got the Beastmaster, he's got his auras, but then you're looking at the Amazon side, which is kind of the Sand King. I mean, he's not like the tankiest of offlaners, but obviously he has a lot of control and he definitely adds a lot. But is that a worry where you need that sort of like that big old green watermelon like we saw in the last game?
Definitely. I feel like when I look at Amazons, they're really lacking of a tanky frontliner that can just soak up the initiation from Watch Spirit, Tiny, Beastmaster. Like it feels like right now, anyone that Spitfire touch on, they'll just be they'll just be dead. No one can survive the initiation of Spitfire so far from Amazon's side. So that's my biggest worry. But where can they fit in this tanky guy though? Unless the Sand King goes to mid and then they pick something like a Tidehunter again or a Timbersaw again. Otherwise, I don't see a pick here that can fulfill the condition. Alright, there is a hero, right? Huskar. This is definitely the hero. Okay.
Yeah, talk to us about this Huskar pick.
Well, the classic last pick gotcha pick, and Amazon seems like they instant pick this hero as well. Like once the PS pick, they instantly pick Huskar. It shows you they have already been having this hero in their mind going into the last pick. Looking at Spitfire's hero though, they do have PA that is pretty okay against the Huskar once the PS itemization is up to the day, so BKB. But before that, I think Huskar might be a little bit invincible here. Because first of all, laning wise, it's going to be really pretty easy for him against the Void Spirit. And then Tiny would have to be making a lot of rotation on this mid lane to help out the Void Spirit. Then it means that Shaman plus Juggernaut would just be able to do whatever they want on this Mistmaster. I think this Huskar pick is pretty damn good from Amazon.
Yeah, and okay, let's be honest here. The last game, it was not. I mean, yeah, they lost, but it wasn't completely on anyone's shoulders or anything like that. But in the first 10 minutes, Gabriella was actually tops, right, in terms of net worth and just getting that snowball going. But the thing is that she was on Necrofoot and Necro, who's kind of not really able to control the game, like take over the game, right? And so I think when you're on a hero like Huskar, who has that potential to just, I mean, yeah, the gotcha pick and everything and just kind of snowball, you're going to have a hard time with this. And all they can really deal with is just right clickers. But yeah, you got PA who kind of wants to burst you. And then you have a lot of other heroes that have magic, which don't do as much on this Huskar.
Yeah, last match on Gabriella's Huskar, 17-4-3. That definitely shows you that she is definitely comfortable on this Huskar hero. And also, the items that Huskar like to be picking up now, the Agonims, the Heaven's Halberd, these are all really good heroes against what Spitfire have on their draft. So I think if they are able to protect this Huskar and don't let him get burst down, they would have a very good teamfight potential. Especially their heroes are so good in counter initiation. Sand King can always come in with the epicenter, and then Dark Widow, of course, Terrorize is one of the best counter initiation spell in Dota 2. And if you pair with Huskar, a hero can sculpt so much damage. That's just perfect. I think this is just the perfect pick that they need to round up their draft.
All right, I like it too, and we're gonna have to see how this one goes. But if you're looking at it, almost every game we've seen them just kind of group up and just kind of go for these like team fights very early, right? In terms of the first blood and all that. But if we're looking at what Juggernaut is doing here, and ZPY just hiding in the trees here, all by herself, is that a little worrying?
It's quite a dangerous move because some of the times the Radiant team will plant an ops there on the hill that he's hiding at, and then they will just reveal him. But because Radiant's not doing that.
Yeah, they tried to go for the steal, and that was the main point of that one. But yeah, it looks like Void Spirit was there, just kind of gatekeeping that bounty rune. So nobody has died, which is very different from all the other games that we watched today.
Yeah, I mean, it's an elimination match. Both of the teams, they're playing as safe as possible. Doesn't really want to do any unnecessary mistakes. But Kulin on a P at the bottom side, she has already used the TP to get back to this lane from the top. So she gotta be really careful here. If she drops, she might be in a lot of trouble because she does not have TP for the lane anymore.
Oh yeah, that would be a problem here. But okay, PA Grimstroke, Sand King, Willow. Who are you giving the edge to in the bottom lane?
I will say PA Grimstroke. This is the classic build. Ingswell into the blink on the target. As you can see, Ingswell already at level 1 for Kuzmi.
Ooh, nice little Burrow Strike. And Kazumi gets a little low, does need to be a bit careful here. Another dagger, slowing it down. And she actually kind of stopped to go for that Tango, and I think that might have done it, although I'm sure Kulin would have just dove regardless, but they draw first blood here.
Yeah, that's the power of the PA and Grimstroke. And now they are both level 2. They have so much more renewed damage with the Stroke of Faith, with the Blink, with the Phantom Strike on the PA. That's going to give them a lot more killing potential. That is where the Dark Willow really wants to be careful because she's a very squishy hero.
All right, so it looks like Amazon's plan obviously just let the snowball happen in terms of Huskar here, but as I say that, Burrow Strike, Inkswell, trying to go through, not able to get in the trees, not able to get away. Sheena, Kazumi will secure that kill. Sheena getting a little low, and they do have the Bramble Maze, and they actually get the second one. Kazumi with an outplay right there, doing a decent amount of work, and taking it straight out of the crit playbook and just dominating with this Willow early.
Wow, the Bramble was actually perfect there. Catches the PA twice in a row. Double kill. That is a very good redemption.
I know the Bramble Maze is random, but it didn't seem like that one.
Yeah, it seemed like it was very well calculated there. So really good play coming up from Kuzumi. Now Sanking is gonna get the big camp pull as well. Oh, this is a perfect redemption for them in this lane after the one death on that Willow.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so the shackles here, and the creeps are in position. Capitana very good at baiting and whatnot, but this boar is going to get into the action, and Capitana will, disengage at this point.
Mid lane, we're already seeing the White Spirit struggle against the Huskar. Huskar is sitting at 13-9 compared to the 8-1 from White Spirit. Good thing is, White Spirit can always just rely on getting level 6 and then power rune, make rotations at the side lanes. But the problem really is, who's the Huskar killer here on Spitfire? That's not a really good, reliable Huskar killer, and that might be a big problem for them when the Amulet is eventually up on Huskar. Capitana, top lane, is getting chased down.
Another right click, and they do have the vision, and the Hawk is there just providing that, so they're going to get another kill on that one, but 2-2.
2-2 so far. It's all about finding the stabilization from Amazon side because they don't want much to happen. Oh, Huskar? Sanking.
That Bramble Maze so good again, just stopping it, them in their track, so to speak. Not really much to follow up on, but look at this mid lane. 2013 last hits, just Gabriella just making Vin's life very, very difficult in the mid lane.
Yeah, like you say, Gabriella, last game on the Necrophos versus the Bristol Black matchup, he was dominating in terms of the CS chart. And however, it's just sad that Necrophos is not a hero that can make active movement on the map. This time around, Huskar is definitely a winning condition and much stronger than Necrophos. I'm very excited to see what Gabriella can do here with this early advantage. Another kill on Kuzmi on the Dark Willow. Yeah, she's just on point today.
Just her damage. I mean, is it obviously she's playing out of her mind right now in the sense of just securing 3 kills very, very early like this, but less than 5 minutes, pretty good Dark Willow game so far.
Yeah, she's going for the Midas though. She's queuing up the Midas. She knows how much of a lead she has gotten. Like this is her saying, "It's my reward for playing so well in the lane. I'm gonna go for the Midas."
Well, you might as well at this point, right? I mean, you're snowballing so hard. I mean, you're like still a ways away from it, but I mean, it's only 5 minutes into the game. Definitely in a very, very good position right now.
Yeah. Oh, Sanking committed a Borrow Strike into nothing, not hitting anything, and that's the sentry from Tokyo. They might be able to threaten a Q on the Sanking here.
Yeah, but they're not gonna give away. Oh, yeah, I don't think they're gonna give away. Or they do because the creeps are hitting the Sanking. They gave away the fact that there was a sentry there. But okay, what else? Kulin. What does Kulin need to go in terms of build?
I mean, just the classic PA build. Go for the Paltress, Fury, Dazzle, BKB route, and then I think she definitely wants to be picking up the shard as well because the brick is just amazing on Huskar. I think that's the timing for the PA. But it is like a 30 to 35 minute timing though, so that's a long way to go. And for Spitfire, I don't know if they have enough time to give themselves the PA such a big lead, because you know that AOT for Amazon once the Amulet is up on Huskar, they are gonna be threatening objective, even Roshan will be something that they'll be thinking about. Haste Rune on Huskar, making a move on top.
Oh, and looks like he's gonna just TP you out. And Gabriella here with that haste, just doing some animal abuse, and okay, looks like those poor old bears or the boars are away.
Yeah, Tiny made a rotation bottom, but however they wouldn't able to find anything. So that's quite set of a TP there by Tiny. Now he's sitting with no TP and he's only level 3 in 6.5 minutes. There's nothing much Tiny could do here because there's really not much of a kill potential on all the side lanes. The only way she can do something is with the Inkswell on green stroke. That's why she TP to bottom. But Sand King retreats very smartly to dodge the attack.
It's completely out, but Sand King still has, I mean, no TP now, right? So she has to make her way back into the lane, which is going to take some time here, but look, GodHela here, top in terms of the last hits, 41-16 versus the 23-1 of Vin. This is looking rough, but, you know, almost has armlets on GodHela. What is the item you get after armlet?
Well, go for the maybe classic power tracks of Facebook into... I think Heaven's Support is really amazing here. The status resistance is really good against all the cheap disable coming out from Spitfire, and of course the Raw as well. BKB could be something he wants to think about, but top lane Katana getting punished once again. And this Hound of Dominator pickup from Beastmaster will be the tool for them to fasten the tempo.
Oh, they've got the Roar. Oh, they're going to go, and they got the Avalanche as well, and there's no way to get away from that one. And this little combination has gone quite well for them, and they're starting to do some work in the top lane.
Amazon, they might want to be sending more help or just try to avoid going back to this top lane because Beastmaster level 7 soon, he's going to want to threaten the tower. And I don't think Shaman or Juggernaut would be able to defend this tower alone by themselves. Even if they send both of them bottom, they might not be able to do that. That's why Shaman has already TP'd out the bottom. Hopefully they can find something with the Sand King.
Hopefully they can, but they're kind of all low on mana and life at this point. So if they get something, they got to get somebody completely out of position. And Tokyo here is... oh, as I say that, Stiller is in position, kind of all the way out. Just drags them out, but it looks like they're focusing their attention on all the different heroes. And still looking for the toss, probably back, but the Shackles is on point, though. Kazumi gets low, taunted back in, and a kill streak goes to kill Kulin, and that's not what you want.
Yeah, that's a 4-man rotation though, coming out from Spitfire. They only managed to get kills me. But still, this is a killing spree trick going to the way of Kulin, so that is pretty sweet. She has already gotten the Ring of Health. Is going straight to the battlefield, it seems. And meanwhile, GodHela doing what she needs to be doing, pressuring the mid tower when the War Spirit is away. So that's not a bad trade at all for Amazons. I think this is completely acceptable. There's quite a lot of space for the Juggernaut to recover, especially when this tier 1 tower is down. He is able to farm in a quite a safe location here.
Safe for now, but Kapitana still only level 4. You definitely want to see that. Oh, GodHela all by herself is looking to just fight this under the tower, but it seems a little too much. She was strong, but not that strong.
No points on Inner Fire just yet though. He's level 9. And there's no point in Inner Fire. I think that might be a little bit too greedy from GodHela. I think even one value point would be maybe be able to save her life there on the mid lane.
Yeah, need a little bit of spacing. The Bramble Maze is trying to find out Kulin, who's about half life now. But Panda's here, and Panda's like, hey, I will help you gank, but let me kill this creep wave first, or this creep camp.
That's a siege wave on the mid side, and GodHela is already looking to punish this. But because Panda is all the way at the bottom side, so the resources of Spitfire are kind of all focused on this bottom side. As you see, Tiny is also here, but they are not finding an angle to attack because of the crit wave.
Middle tower has been denied.
Kapitana gets so low, nowhere to go. That Centaur is even there with a stop, the nice little micro play there. Bramble Maze finds at least the Tiny here, but they're going to back off. She enters the Shadow Realm, and she's going to run away, gets taunted back in when she comes back in, and she dies here. And the Burrow Strike, but it's only onto one. Sheena, the Soulbind, but it's just onto one. So not really much value there, but the Catapult is here. And
GodHela?
Oh, goes in, and she gets roared here for her troubles. They found Tokyo, and they're looking to focus. GodHela goes down, and the buyback coming in, and they Bramble Maze is going to catch on to 3. That's a decent amount, but she's by herself. She gets 1 kill. Kazumi, though, all by herself, and she gets the fear. She's Fairy Fire. She keeps herself alive, and that's going to keep her alive, at least for now. But
well, she's out.
I mean, it's a 3-for-1, I believe.
Radiant's top tower.
That was such a crazy and insane micro coming out from Panda as she micro the Centaur and get a 3-man storm. That really set everything up for them. Otherwise, Boroshrek would have come in with the sandstorm and whatsoever. Huskar could stay alive and just wipe everything out. But because of that 3-man storm there by Panda, they managed to clean everyone up. That was insane individual play coming out from the Beastmaster player.
And one thing to note is that Sheena actually went with a 2-2-1-1 build on Sand King and now has 3-2-1-1. But I mean, you're seeing why her stuns haven't been great. Like she expects the level 4 one, but she's only got the level 2 one, so it's very short, doesn't do a whole lot of damage, and she seemed to kind of be in an awkward position at that point because, like, what do you think about this build order?
I'm not so sure of getting the early points on Epicenter. Because a lot of time we see Sand King just skipping the epicenter until they maxed out the Sandstorm and also Boroshrek. I think this definitely puts him into a very awkward situation. But if they can get Kulin here, that could be a different story. Kulin breaks the smoke, and we're just gonna run into the jungle.
Okay. He's gonna go for this one, and he's going right onto Tokyo, doing a decent amount of work. Gets the stun as well, and they've got the Burrow Strike and they've got Kulin, but here comes the Void Spirit. Epicenter is now going to be used. They've got it right into the Shackle, but the Epicenter doing not so much, but they do get the kill on Kulin. VYN is searching for Kuzumi. The Terrorize on point into the Sheep, and that's a scared Sheep, but it looks like the Burrow Strike, and they're just kind of ganging up on her, and she dissimulates away. She does get the kill on Kuzumi, and she steps away. She's in the trees. I don't think they see her.
Radiant's bottom
So close. Oh, Capina sees him.
Oh, they dissimulate again, but it goes into the same spot. Oh, and they finally do manage to kill her, and Sheena will secure that kill.
That was really, really crucial from Amazon to be able to get 2 cores at the bottom side, and also Sand King. She's not having a great game at all, but because of this fight, she's totally back into the game. They are able to push down his tower now, and most importantly, all the while Juggernaut and Huskar has just been farming. That gets the time for them to recover themselves, and I think that's way more important than anything else, because PA is dead, Void Spirit is dead, and the Huskar Juggernaut continues to farm.
Huskar has Armlet, it's going to go BKB next. It's going to make life very difficult soon. And if we're talking about net worth alone, Beastmaster has actually pulled away. Panda doing very, very well on the Beastmaster.
Yeah. She's also leading her team to make a move. Oh, GodHela.
Oh, they're going to look to fight this one. She's kind of by herself. The TP away, so you got out of that. Panda being on point. The Centaur stopping the Huskar, just locking him in. But, they're kind of focused on the Centaur, who's actually done a lot of work. But Sheena, very deep, does need to be careful. And they have the Bramble Maze. And they lock into 2. Vin is going for this. He's going right for Sheena. They do end up killing that. But Grimstroke does die in return. And it's a double kill going the way of GodHela.
Man, kiss me. She's playing out of her mind right now. She's setting up so much kill for her team, and also counter initiation, and just overall the usage of Terrorize have been really on point. And like we said earlier, she wanted to go for the Midas, and she's very persistent with that timing. She's really going for that. Oh, the career of the PA is gonna get brought down by Kisme as well. That is the recipe for her Midas. So I would say Dark Willow, she's gonna be outputting a lot of damage in the later phase of the game.
Yeah, which is not always the case with Dark Willows, right? I mean, they got to get some items to kind of keep going. Yes, they have some good early damage, but Kazumi here just doing a textbook game of Dark Willow and just playing very, very well. As I say that, she enters the Shadow Realm trying to get away from Vin, who's on her. But the Bramble Maze is going to be connected. She's going to look to just TP. She should be fine.
Yeah, that's an interesting skill build from her though. Going for the max Bramble Maze and Curse Crown, because normally you will see Dark Willow maxing one, either Bramble Maze or the Curse Crown first, and then go for the max level on Shadow Realm so that she can do the maximum damage. But seems like Kisme, she's very emphasizing on the disable that she can put down for her team. That's okay too.
I think because she can focus, or she can target her Bramble Maze, because her Bramble Mazes have been amazing so far. They've locked almost everyone in. Like, it's just been, on point throughout the game.
The next timing here from Amazons are definitely the BKB from Harska and also the Blink Dagger on Sanking. Now Blink Dagger has a Sanking, but she's totally exposed under the vision of Spitfire, so they know about this Blink Dagger. There's a big wrap around coming from Spitfire. This is a 5-man smoke
all the way around. Oh, but Gabriella is smoked as well. Hasn't. Okay, just popped here. And they're gonna see. Oh, they're trying to second a smoke. The Centaur is coming out and he says, surprise. He goes right for Kapitana, gets sheep right away. The Soulbind is on point. The Roar is gonna be committed. Panda's under the tower, but it doesn't really matter. The Terrorize is actually gonna completely whiff on that one. Kazumi does get the Curse Crown at least on Kazumi, or sorry, on the Kulin. Gabriella, though, is just fighting by herself. She's trying to armlet toggle through this, not able to do so. They do have the burst, so it's a 2 for 4 going in the favor of Spitfire. As I say that, a 3 for 4 now.
Yeah, the Burning Spear was able to finish off Win there on the War Spirit. That was a bit weird because that Terrorize did not hit anything at all.
Yeah.
And that was a bit off from the Dark Widow because knowing how she has been playing very on point, but she whiffed off the most important Terrorize, I would say. But overall, Spitfire, they committed a lot of resources for this. PA was just finishing up her Battle Fury. She might be in trouble at the top lane.
Oh, the epicenter that's being channeled into the Sandstorm. Kulin taking a decent amount of damage and trying to phase out of this one, but can't even find any creeps to really blink away. But the jukes are real and Sheena's behind. Oh, the Burrow Strike just to the edge ends up finding her. But Kulin, he throws out a dagger, slows it down, now gets the blink away, but is walked into Gabriella, which is the ultimate end boss, and just interfires and takes that kill.
Yeah, Gabriella with the 4 points of inner fire was just enough to finish off the PA. Now with the BKB up on Huskar, she might want to be thinking about the Roshan. With this death on PA, PA is only having Battle Fury making her way to the power tracks right now, so she does not want to fight at all. This is the timing for Amazons if they want to be pushing things forward. They have the Master Serpent Wars ready as well on the Shaman side. Unless she wants to use it on mid lane. Okay.
Tana got killed there. Bramble Maze has been used, but no real action. And yeah, the wards have been placed, but Venom Embrace, are they looking to go on this? They've got the taunt back into Gabriella. The Burrow Strike, but only on the Grimstroke there, but Tokyo will back off here, especially with those wards shooting.
Yeah, there's a bit of miscommunication between Huskar and the Sanking. I think that might be an easy kill for the Huskar if she was in sync with the Sanking. But either way, they only lost Shaman. That's not a big deal. But it's a usage for this Massacre was on nothing though. So that's a bit of loss of opportunity there, or maybe a little bit dragging down their tempo, because this is definitely where Amazons are wanting to make a big move with their itemization, with their item timings, but they are not able to do so. Means that PA is the biggest winner for now. She's just being able to quietly farm up to her Deso BKB timing. The more quiet the game is, the better it is for PA.
Yeah, she's 3-3-5, so she's been in some of the action, not really that much, but I mean, just like Kulin wants a quiet game, ZPY on the other hand wants a quiet game as well, and she's 1-1-0, and we haven't really called her name much, because Gabriella is consistently fighting, gets taunted back, and is looking to fight this one. Now BKB is going to be committed in her fire, and she's going to try to go ham on, and she's doing a decent amount of work, but she actually has no kills thus far. Throws out the dust for good measure, but yeah, no real kills. Vin might tick away. I'm not sure if she catches her. No, with the shield there, she should be fine. But Tokyo goes in, gets sheeped here, and they do get the stun, the dagger, the soulbind. Next, Burrow Strike. The roar is going to be committed onto Gabriella, but the heal is there, and they do have the Centaur stop on Gabriella, but Tokyo looks to be left for dead. She does go down, and I think they're going to focus their attention maybe on this T2 mid.
Yeah, they might want to just run straight into the Roshan now. There's no Raw, there's no Soulbind as well. This should be a pretty free Roshan for Amazons to take. They have to bring numbers in to protect this Roshan though. The Shaman might even want to be dropping Massacre Watch just to secure it faster.
Be quick enough.
Yeah, with the help of the Healing Watch should be alright if they bring 5 men here. Juggernaut is ready to fight as well for now with the Maelstrom plus S and Y. So this is the tempo, this is the timing that Amazon is hitting. They will not get stronger anymore, and I want to see them going just like right now maybe. Juggernaut is one of the best heroes to take early towers as well, because of the healing ward. So they should be just running down this bottom lane with the 6 creep.
Oh, nice. Alright, and it looks like they're going to focus. They got the wards down as well. And they're going to focus their attention on this tower. Glyph is going to be used, though.
GodHela, she's just putting herself in front to try to bait some move coming from Spitfire. She wants Spitfire to make it on initiation on him, on her.
Oh, Vin goes in now. Gabrielle's really low, but she does have Aegis. Capitana, though, not able to get the quick shackles or anything. The Terrorize is going to be whipped again, and I feel like Kazumi's playing Dark Willow like I play Dark Willow in the sense of missing these Terrorizes.
Yeah, she's very on point with the Bramble, but with Terrorize though, not as much in the last couple of minutes. She might want to just be patient a little bit there, because I think she's feeling herself. So she's trying to be very offensive, and Terrorize might not be the best offensive skills out there.
Like, I would throw out that Terrorize, and then it would completely whip, and my own teammates would pause and be like, and then they would say in all chat, did you just see that? Like, they would rub it in, and these are like complete randos that would just do that to me.
Oh, you don't deserve that.
Well, I don't, but this is, it's C Dota, right? Nobody deserves this.
Amazon, they're gonna TP up Huskar all the way up. You realize she's completely alone here. You might want to be careful.
The TPs are coming.
Uh-oh.
They found Vin by herself. She thought she's really focused on Kapitana, and Styler will be there. They have the epicenter that's doing a decent amount of work. Tokyo goes down, Vin goes down as well, but the Soulbind is locking them in, and they're not able to get away. But it's a 3-for-1, not a bad trade for Amazon.
Not at all. I'm surprised they even went back in. They went on the Shaman, which is okay, because she's definitely one of the most. Shaman is a very squishy hero, but they weren't able to bring the Shaman down instantly, so they stayed around for a little bit to finish him off. And by the time that happens, all the reinforcement coming out from Amazons are already there. So for Spitfire, they really need to just go in, kill someone quick, and get out quick. If they couldn't, then it would be a really bad fight for them. Heaven's Hybrid completed on Huskar right now. She's not afraid of the PA anymore.
Not afraid, you're right. But 5-3-1 and creating a lot of pressure, especially with ZPY doing a decent amount of work as well. But ZPY, again, largely quiet this game, but it looks like she's going to go Maelstrom, SNY into Aghanims. Are you okay with that build?
Yeah, I'm completely okay. Oh, mid lane though.
Win. They went in and they got VYN all by herself, and yeah, they did not expect them to go high ground like that and be very aggressive.
Yeah, they did not at all. Huskar. That being said though, Huskar had to commit the BKB there. So if Styler wants to go for it, he can toss the Huskar back, and maybe they can threaten a kill.
Yeah,
without BKB, Huskar is not that strong.
True, but she has Aegis, and I think that they're willing to take that risk. Okay, they've got the Glimmer on, but they found him, and they got the Roar that's going to be committed. It's a nice one with the Soulbind there. People are being tossed around. Kazumi is actually very low. Buybacks are coming. BYN is back in. Goes in really deep. Astral Steps away, and Gabrielle is still alive and goes in again, and they found Panda. Panda goes down. Gabriella's looking to just focus this, having a hard time focusing on which one. She gets whipped by the dominatrix of Stylar with that whip that she has. But they end up getting the top racks.
Yeah, Spitfire, they just don't have enough damage right now to finish anyone off from Amazons, especially when the healing ward is up. You're right. Like, even though Huskar did not have the BKB there, she's not afraid at all about anything. She's just so strong with the Aegis plus the Heaven's Hybrid. She's making her way to the Monkey King bar, something that's not very usual, but against PA, she's definitely looking to just finish off the winning condition from Spitfire here, because if PA is down, there goes the winning condition for Spitfire.
Haste.
And this is a very different game from the last one, and I think it comes down to more of the draft more than anything else. I think that you need to look at this as, yeah, Gabriella or whatever, she's 5-3-4, your Dark Willow Kazumi is 7-5-10, but your Juggernaut is 3-1-1. He hasn't been forced to basically carry the game, right? All of these other players are really stepping it up and making it very easy for SBY when she does hit that critical mass of items, makes it very easy for them to close out the game. So this is a completely different pace. Give Gabriela something that she can help carry the game with.
Yeah, I think that might be the better way for Amazons to finish off the game, because Gabriela, she's definitely proving to everyone that she's the core of the team. She's able to make plays like that if she's given the condition to, and she's given the resources to. So Juggernaut on the ZPY side, she's just gonna be the secondary carry here, just gonna be the security, the insurance for this game. Even that being said though, she's so fat. Look at this, 27 minutes, SNY Maelstrom Agonies.
Yeah, and that comes in. Oh, they go really deep for Panda. They do not care. Their teammates were not there. Spitfire was completely caught off guard. Buybacks are going to happen, at least for Panda. Tokyo gets the glimmer. She's cut barely alive. ZPY has gone a little deep, spins back to safety here. But they do have the wards, so they're focusing in. Gabrielle goes in again. They have the roar. They got to stop Gabriella, slow her down. The life break is doing a little bit of work. Soulbind as well. They got the shackles right onto VPN. The Yules is not going to be self-used just to keep herself alive for now, but Tiny's dead. Grimstroke goes down as well. Tokyo Styler down for 60-40 seconds. This is a problem. And Cooling goes down as well, and this is looking rough, especially with no buyback, and now they focus their attention on the racks here.
This might be game.
Yeah, VYN goes in as well, no buyback, and it looks like this is double elimination. Both of these teams have already lost the game, so again, I don't know how they're going to come back, especially with Cooling down for another 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's the biggest timing for them. She just bought the BKB freshly, so she did not have buyback. Same for the War Spirit. Buyback is on cooldown. And look at the itemization that War Spirit has. Only one use scepter compared to the 3 items on Huskar. That's the gacha pick coming into the picture for Amazon.
Yeah.
That's the effect of the gacha pick.
Oh, Sheena goes in, and they go right onto Panda, the little Swift Slash, doing some work there. And it's going to make short work of Panda there. But yeah, look at the net worth. VYN is a bottom third, even below the supports of Amazon.
Yeah, it's just a really tough game for War Spirit. First of all, she has to suffer this lane against the Huskar. And she is the only playmaker on her team that can move around to create something happen.
Nice avalanche there. They have the shackles, but it's not cool, and the glimmer's just gonna keep her alive. Gabriella's taking some damage, but still, Gabriella loves it. She's loves the pain. Coolin has to use BKB, and now she's running for her life. She dashes, she blinks forward, she gets away for now, and they're gonna go back into the fountain. Amazons, on the other hand, focus their attention now on the T4s.
Yeah, that's a healing war as well, so everyone's gonna get back to 100% HP. How can Spearhead do this though?
Oh, the Soulbind is going to be used. The life break just goes in, and they just delete Tokyo off of the map. Oh, they do get this the Shadow Shaman, but that's really, I don't know if that's enough, especially since your T4s have gone down. Your Ancient is now exposed. What do you do other than pray in the fountain?
Yeah, nothing much. Maybe start registering for the next season.
Shots fired, and where can they find you on social media? Leonardo Dota.
Wow. Sorry. Well,
all right.
That's a very good. I would say they shouldn't be blaming themselves as much, because this is just the effect of the gacha pick. The Amazon, they themselves use it very well, because this Hearthscard proves to be having no issue in carrying this game at all. Even though Spitfire, they had a pretty nice early engagement. Remember the fight that Beastmaster had the 3-man storm that gave them a really good advantage early on. But still, when the timings of Amazon hit together, there's just nothing much Spitfire can do with their lineup.
Really not much. I mean, if we're just looking at the graphs alone, look at just like this dip. I mean, Spitfire had a little bit of a chance, and it was kind of even. I mean, there's that little hump in the middle, so to speak, but then it just snowballs, and then you see the Huskar effect, and then the fact that Juggernaut ZPY was completely left alone and was able to carry this game in the end. But 8-1-2 finishing it off. Gabriella 7-3-8. But who is your MVP of this game?
I would definitely give it to the Huskar. I think
Okay.
Gabriella did a pretty good job in leading her team to play towards the objectives that she wants to. the tower pushes, the Roshan taking as well, and then all of them just play very perfectly around the Huskar, and I like it a lot. There's no any individualism in the team. Everyone is playing very unselfishly towards the Huskar, towards their biggest winning condition, and I love that a lot.
And I got to give a shout out to Kazumi as well. I mean, getting those early 3 kills is great for morale, right? You just came off of a loss, and just being able to be like, hey, we don't have to rely on Gabriella or, ZPY to just carry us the game. We can also dominate in all 3 lanes, make sure that we put our team in the best position to win the game. And they did, and they kind of got themselves going. It could have gone a completely different route had Kazumi not had that great start.
Yeah, that's true. Also, the Midas was just a really, really confident play as well coming out from Amazon. It just makes you, it gives you the kind of vibe that they are really, really confident after the more, like we say, the triple kill from Dark Willow. I mean, not triple kill, but the 3 kills in a row really just boost their morale up and give them the confident boost for them to move on from the game. I think with this win, it's definitely a very big confident booster for themselves.
All right, so just for the record, let's give a shout out to our sponsors at Intel, Tokenized Exchange, and Yahoo. The next game, please do stay tuned. We have 2 more games. The next one is going to be Lujiami versus Bren Esports. That's going to be an amazing game. That one is going to be coming up next. We're going to take a quick little break before we get into that. My name is Holler. This is Arthur, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to FSL Dota 2 Open. My name is Holler and I'm with Arthur, and we have the Luigi versus Bren.
Lugiami.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes,
I
Lugiami.
trust you because you've been able to pronounce all of the team names. I've been quite impressed with that feat in and of itself. That's been pretty amazing. But before we go into this next one, which is going to be, of course, the upper brackets. I mean, there's all best of ones, but let's give a quick shout out to our sponsors of Intel, Tokenized Exchange, and Yahoo. And we've seen both of these teams in action. But what did we actually learn from those games?
Well, I would say both of their games that we casted, they show a lot of very good understanding of the current meta right now, and they play towards their winning condition very well. It seems like there are a bunch of players that have been playing together for quite a long time to give them very good synergy and chemistry. So I look forward to seeing both of them going head to head because I feel like both of them have a very similar level of the Dota understanding for now. So it's going to be a really exciting one. Not to mention, we've got this first phase Medusa coming out from Bren Esports.
Yeah, and previous teams have been banning the Medusa. We haven't been able to see too much of it, but it's going to be tied up here, paired up with the Tusk. I mean, I'm probably not in the same lane that is, but Centaur Lion. We've been seeing a ton of Lion and a ton of Centaur actually in almost all of our games today. I think both of these heroes are still very, very strong, but is it Medusa level strong?
Not at all. I think Medusa is definitely one of the most busted, or if not the most busted hero, especially on the carry role right now. Like we have seen TNC play a couple of times in DPC, and then like in across every region, we'll see some Medusa here and there as well. And I feel like teams are definitely ranking up their priority on Medusa right now. It used to be the second phase gotcha pick, and then now people are knowing how strong this hero is, so they are starting to pick it at the first phase. That's why in the previous games, we always see Medusa getting banned in the first phase. It didn't ban this time, and then Bren instantly picked it up for themselves. So that really explains to you how strong this hero is.
Yeah, and they picked it into the Centaur. Obviously, it does a decent amount of work with that Mystic Snake and everything. So, you know that the Centaur is going to be the off laner there. But now Lugiami needs to kind of counter this Medusa moving forward. What sort of playstyle hero are you looking to select to kind of deal with this somewhat overpowered hero?
Well, I would say a lot of time we think about Medusa, we think of the heroes that can kill Medusa, but those heroes are really not that much. If you take out the anti-mage and PL, there's not a lot of heroes that can just go head to head to Medusa. I'll always see the counter of Medusa to a certain style of playing. So I think you will always want to have tower pusher in your lane so that you can threaten tower, and then invade jungle from there, and then take over map control and Roshan from there. Just slowly build up the advantage, by every 5 minutes. So go for objective by every 5 minutes and map control as well. I think that's the better way of winning Medusa in general. And this time, Lugiami, they have Centaur, which is one of the most busted off laner right now. They can take tower early, invade jungle pretty easily, and then Stampede is also one of the very good spells to initiate on Medusa or counter initiate from the Stone Gaze. So I do think Lugiami, they have pretty good heroes against Medusa. Now they have to take the boxes that they don't have right now, which are the tower pushers, which are the Roshan takers, and also eventually a carry that can go head to head against Medusa.
I mean, it seems like they've got a lot of gaps in terms of what they need to fill here. But, I mean, Bren Esports have gone with the AA. I know that you've been very high on the AA. We've seen it a ton in the more recent DPC games. AA is kind of all over the place, obviously, with that Ice Blast and everything like that. But what are your thoughts on this hero, and why would they pick that, especially with the Medusa?
Well, it's just good against Centaur, and overall, AA shuts down a lot of carries that really rely on being alive, really rely on sustain. For example, the Luna that can really make use of the Satanic, TB, Monkey King, heroes like that are really afraid of the Ice Blast from AA. And not to mention Centaur as well. We favor all the tanky offlane this patch, and all these tanky offlane are so scared of Ice Blast. That's why I'm ranking AA a lot in the hero priority list in this current patch. It's just my only concern here is that the Medusa and AA lane might not be the best though, because AA is strong when he hits 6, but before 6, he's really not a very good babysitting kind of post 5. And Medusa, all he needs is babysitting.
Yeah, and if we're seeing that, I mean,
Team pick.
it's okay. They're picking up Axe here, and Axe somewhat strong, at least in this patch, and the meta's kind of very good with him, especially with Vanguard. But to Lugiami's counter pick to, you know, the Medusa AA, they've gone with a Nyx. What are your
10
thoughts on that
seconds
one? Because
remaining.
I'm not so high on that pick.
Well, Nyx is also another naturally
5
good hero
seconds
against the
remaining.
Dusa. So they have 2 heroes, they have 2 supports that can do mana reduction on Dusa. So that's maybe one of their counters they're thinking. Right now, I would like to see someone like a Luna here coming up from Lugiami. I know I say A is really good against Luna, but Luna is also one of the better hero in this patch. Luna, Terrorblade, I would say, because they farm equally fast as Medusa, and they can dig tower as well. Luna and Terrorblade. I think Lugiami might want to be look more into these 2 heroes. Also, lane against X-Wise is also pretty good. You have Lucent Beam against the X, you have Metamorphosis against the X. I think that pairing with the Lion or Nyx would be able to just pressure the X a little bit more, slow down his Vanguard timing.
Actually, that's interesting that you speak so highly of Luna here,
Team
because I
back.
feel like it has its moments where it's okay. I mean, but I feel like at the end of the day, it's still gonna. I mean, you have like the Manta style that's just gonna constantly push and have a decent amount of the glaives bouncing all around, but. I still feel like it doesn't really have the sustain that can kind of deal with somebody like a Medusa, which kind of scares me at this
Dire
point.
team ban.
Yeah, the concept of Luna is more like hitting the item timing early on, because he's a hero that can hit the BKB timing, the SNY timing so early, and then you just kind of want to use that timing to start pushing tower where the enemy carry is not ready to defend yet. So I think in that sense, Luna is, so to speak,
10
more the
seconds
better hero
remaining.
than Medusa, because it offers the team somewhat of a similar farming
5
speed
seconds
and also
remaining.
a stronger tower push. But Lugiami, they wanted to go for the Razor, of course, one of the very good hero against Axe in the lane and also against Medusa. Medusa is quite afraid of the Razor static lane for
Radiant
sure.
team ban.
Yeah. Okay. So Lugiami, though, they've gone with the anti-carry in Razor. They're looking to just steal damage if you can't do damage in that sense. But now they really need a carry to kind of just take them over the edge. This is probably going to be a Razor
Dire
mid at
team
this
pick.
point, but nice band with both AM and PL that you were talking about counters. So what is that last hero that they should be going for?
If they go for Razor carry, which I really don't like, they will put them in on a clock because they will have to end the game very early. So I would much rather seeing a Razor mid.
10 seconds
As for carry,
remaining.
I'm still digging the Luna and TB. Perhaps something like a Slug could do
5
too,
seconds
but
remaining.
Slug is so
Radiant
bad against
team
AA though.
Not good against Axe and not. Oh. Okay.
Alright.
Oh, tempo, right? Lugiami is just like, all right, we're just gonna win this game early, not
Mhm.
even worry about a late game Medusa because the game's not gonna go that long.
Yeah, that's definitely what they're thinking. But I can
10
still see a
seconds
lot of
remaining.
boxes not being taken though. Where's their tower damage? They don't have much tower damage
5 seconds remaining.
besides the Centaur. They don't have Roshan Taker as well.
Mhm.
So I think Brainsburg, they might have the tools to just slow down the game, because Lugiami, even though they want to play fast, yeah, they can kill you, but they cannot kill any tower if Brainsburg don't drop heroes. So if Brainsburg just slow down the game, don't drop heroes here and there, they might be able to just delay the game enough for Medusa to come online.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense in the sense that they're very one-dimensional in terms of their draft. Like I don't know how they're gonna close out the game, which is their biggest issue. But Bren Esports are thinking about long and hard about their last pick. What rounds out their draft?
I'll say someone that just go 50-50. Like just someone that need a stabilizer here. Someone that stabilize the game slow enough for Medusa to just farm up to her Aghanim's, to her SNY. So I would say someone that has some sort of wave clear would be really good here. Quap is okay against the Razor mid. I'll say even something like a okay.
You may now select
Wait.
your heroes.
They go for Tiny. Interesting. Tiny into Razor. Okay, Tiny into the Void Spray. Yeah, that's okay. Sorry, I was thinking like Razor is a mid. So yeah, I think Tiny against Void Spray is definitely okay. I think Tiny would have a pretty good matchup here, and also Tiny against Lion, of course, that's good. Nyx Assassin, that's pretty okay as well. It's not the best pick here in terms of being the one to offer the deep push power for his team, But Tiny can definitely have a place here, knowing how strong this hero is in this current meta.
All right. And yeah, I agree. And if we're looking at the cosmetics alone, I mean, look at AA looks like this overpowering, like super villain type, hero here. But she's kind of like, kind of want to be low key and I want to be out of view, so to speak. And if you're looking at Miri, I feel like she really needs to win this FSL Dota 2 Open so that she can buy some skins, because this Tiny is looking very, very plain to me.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe she's just trying to be low key. She's just trying to be low key and unnoticed, and then just quietly be killing a backline. That could be the case too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. At this point, you just, even if you don't have it or you're not even good at this game, as long as you got skins, you can represent like you're, something in this game. And I feel
That's
like
true.
you're really missing out here with that Tiny. But the teams right now, they're gonna look to fight for that prize pool, $300 SGD. Second place is 150. Third and fourth both get 50. So there's a lot of money at stake. And of course, this is the semifinals. Winners are the upper bracket semifinals. So we're almost getting to that point where people are starting to get in the money. So they definitely want to be in the upper bracket as long as possible.
Yeah, for sure. When you see a team first facing Medusa, you know that they really want to win.
So
So,
trying to get it out, right? Like Huskar? Is that what it is?
yeah.
Yeah. All right. So underway now. And if look at like Luigi, I can't. I'm never gonna be able to. Can I just call her Luigi at this point? I think I can pronounce that properly. So Team Luigi have always stuck together almost every single game, right? They're looking for that pick off. They're smoking off here, and they're looking for first blood.
Yep, they have this high ground ward as well. So if anyone,
Acts like this very
the
much.
Giant. Oh, she's just smartly blocking the smoke.
Oh, but
She's not moving away though.
Oh, she's all by herself. She thought she was safe, but no, it was actually a trap for her, and they found the Gaia. And LV will draw first blood, and that's not a good start. Oof.
That's the worst case scenario for Bren. They lost first bullet and then they lost it to the enemy mid laner. So if you look at LV, once they picked up the 2 bounty runes, that's immediate bottom for her.
Yeah, that's a really good start, and definitely not a good situation to be in. But mind you, Luigi have like a clock, right? They need to win out. They need to make sure that this first 5-10 minutes are amazing for them, and they got to start snowballing, because if they start to go like 50-50, this Medusa, this Gil Medusa is just gonna dominate and just take over this game.
Likes this very much.
Yeah, 100%. So they have to find some way to snowball the game really hard, and taking down towers is a big priority for them. They don't have any nature tower tickets, so they have to find some way to outmaneuver Bren Esports, maybe by making an early smoke to kill a couple of heroes and then lead to a tower take. Otherwise, if they just go straight up to siege tower normally, that's not gonna work for them. Bottom side, the guy is still at the bottom side, trying to kill the centaur.
Oh, and Centaur's taking a decent amount of damage, and they're just going for the tri-lane. Oh, and Kang just barely surviving salves up here. And I guess that's one way of protecting the Medusa. You talked about how Gia's AA is not that great of a laner, but if you've got a tri-lane, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I think they are really making some adjustment here to make sure that Gil will have a really good early game. Because Medusa versus Centaur is really hard for Medusa. Centaur with the Culling Blade, he can easily just deny the creeps in front of Medusa's face, and there's nothing much the Medusa can do. Ligaya, she's slowly moving away though. The Observer Ward completely scouting her out.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the top lane, Beirut just kind of zoning out Hazelia. You don't want to let that axe get going. But Razor carry position 1. Your thoughts on that one?
I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan at all. It just feels that Razor is he has his strength, but he has also a very clear weakness as well, which is this hero just couldn't go late. Unless every single fight he managed to have a full static link on the Medusa. Otherwise, I don't see how he's gonna be out carrying Medusa in the late game.
Oh, that was a nice impale, and it brings in the neutrals, which is quite nice, and the creeps will just dive onto that one. And so there's a little bit of a fight here, and at least in the top lane, Beirut will just kind of go back under tower by YS taking a decent amount of damage, taking all those creeps.
Yeah, this is a pretty free lane for Hedzaya. Like he does not want to be laning against the Razor, so like all the X is doing is just cutting the creep right now.
All right, look at
I mean, Axe.
struggling with these creeps. Might even die. Has to tango up. But that life bar, she's at 40, is dropping a little bit to 30. Like, that's a little worrying right now, especially since if anyone were to just kind of shard it through or hunger. But Salve is going to be used now.
Yeah, now the Axe is already starting the crit pull and crit cut. That's, you know, it really defeats the purpose of having a Razor now, because now all of a sudden Razor does not get to just completely dominate Axe on the lane, and there goes there goes one of the purpose of picking the Razor. So he feels even better. He feels even worse right now in the game.
Yeah, not really. I mean, you got to get going. You got to snowball. You got to get, you know, a quick start or whatever. And I mean, she's got 11-4, so not the end of the world. I mean, the Axe is 12-0. I mean, they're kind of going neck and neck right now. But the biggest worry to me is look at everyone else. Jill 17-4, kind of starting to get going in that bottom lane.
Yeah, everyone, all three cores on Brimstone side, they're farming so well for now. Medusa, not much of a pressure so far, thanks to the early tri lane from Tusker, really just burned out all the initial regens from Centaur, making Centaur very hard to play in this lane right now without his regen, or he has to spend a lot of gold into the regen instead of saving up for the Ring of Health. So that's definitely a very good adjustment coming out from Bren Esports. Yeah. I think, like we said, it's all about stabilizing the game, slowing down the game, and as long as Bram can just keep quiet in the game, making sure that they keep pushing out wave, forcing Lujami to get away from their own tower, that would be a really good tempo and timing for themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And okay, but Tiny Void Spirit this mid lane, Miri on the Tiny, of course. What are your thoughts against in this mid lane here?
I'll say it's slightly Tiny favor because of the tree grab. He can easily just secure last hits, and the 3 points on Avalanche soon on level 5. That's gonna be where you can start threatening some kills on the White Spirit if he's not careful. Mm-hmm. And most importantly, they need someone that can move around the map to try to defend or create some kill potential. Axe couldn't do that. Medusa couldn't do that. So that's why they need the Tiny. And I feel like Tiny's tempo and the way he rotates is gonna be the biggest X factor here for Bren Esports, because all the early tempos really depend on Tiny solely. Mm-hmm. Maybe the Tusk a little bit, but definitely not the X nor the Medusa or even the AA.
Okay, all right. But YS here, level 3 versus Hezelia's level 4. I mean, at some point, this Axe is going to be very difficult for YS to deal with, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Or top lane, YS is already trying to be aggressive on Desire, trying to force him out of the lane, but Axe with the early boost of speed, he does not care at all.
The Battle Hunger just being spammed on the YS. He's taken, I mean, he got the creep kill, so that one pretty much stopped, but still. YS can't actually get to the creep wave comfortably.
Yeah, she couldn't. That's why I'm not a fan of picking Razor into solely countering, because right now there's so many ways to avoid this one-to-one counter on lane. You can cut creep, you can go to NC. There's just so many things that players can do now, because everyone's getting better and better.
All right, what's scary is when Miri all chats, ha 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 ha. Like, what is that? I mean, obviously in the mid lane, there's action going on, and they're kind of trading, you know, for last hits here. But Miri's still tops in terms of the last hits. Maybe rubbing it in against LV.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, level 6 versus level 5. Mary, she's waiting for the pulse.
Yeah, gets the toss up, dissimulate. Does he choose? He goes for the damage. The taunt's back right under tower. And LV, oh, he's got the bottle as well. Mary has to actually use Fairy Fire, and she just backs off. LV's on the chase, gets the pulse and the little outplay there, and Miri will go back into alt chat and just say, ha 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 ha, but definitely not as confident.
Yeah, that haha is to remove the awkwardness there. That was really well played there, LV. She did not have level 6. But she managed to use the anti-render to pull Tiny into the tower range, so that was really sick play coming from LV. Very good job for keeping her composure there and make the return kill. Now he's almost level 7, so all the deficit in terms of CS is now totally recovered.
Tiny back in. The Avalanche is going to be used. And LV here is just going to get in. It gets the taunt, at least onto Ligaya. But it's actually on the other side. So LV just a little bit of a skirmish with the Tusk there.
Yeah, this is better for Tiny because he's relatively healthier than LV, and LV needs, she definitely needs some bottle refill here for herself. Otherwise, she might be in a lot of trouble. Mary's.
Oh, speaking of trouble, the Earth Spike is on point. Hazelia, no mana, very little life, has to use the stick at this point, and is running for her life. And yeah, she's got this speed. Oh, just barely out of that pulse. And YS and Berita will just go back and cry a little bit because of the fact that they didn't secure that kill.
Isaiah with the early phase boot, man, that really helps her a lot. And the boost of speed as well. Just, you know, if she went for the, if she be greedy and went for the Vanguard first pick, Vanguard first item, she would have been dead. Bottom side, speaking about that, Centaur has already fought to the the 3-man unit here from Bren. And Medusa just continues to be a unstoppable force. She's top in the CS chart with 45 creeps, and that's just gonna keep enlarging because she has no pressure at all right now.
Yeah,
it's tough. It's situation, right, for Centaur to be left alone. It's against the tri-lane, especially against that Tusk. That tag team tied up with 2 other heroes, 2 other friends, and you're just gonna have a hard time just trying to get away. I mean, but it looks like in the river they do find Gia, so they got something out of this, and they've got the taunts, but that's actually gonna be missing. The Remnants is a little off the mark. Miri though goes ham, and he goes directly for the line. Nice 3-man avalanche, gets the toss, kills a lion. And Berita and them are just trying to focus on Miri. LV's like, all right, we can't kill this. Berita, you're on your own. Berita gets gonna get snowballed here. They found him, not able to go, and they kill the cockroach.
Oh, that was so well played by Ligaya and Mary. Both of them using their spells very well. And Jia is here. She drops a sentry, but she does not see this. But she does not see the ops because she's not walking uphill. So Jia missing out the reward there is a bit unfortunate.
Ooh, the plasma field just barely short, and I feel like YS is kind of not known the limits of the plasma field, or she's been very unlucky, but she's casted it twice when she just needs that tiny little bit just to make sure you nick him so that you can slow it down and then secure the kill.
Yeah, mid lane, LV partnering with the Lion gets another kill on the Tiny. With the help of DT Rune, it makes it a lot easier since Tiny is a hero with very low armor. That is a very much needed rotation coming up from Lujami.
All right, and Lujami doing a good job of understanding that, hey, this team, Bren Esports, they want to, you know, ride off of their, you know, their core players in that sense, and they're gonna just kind of focus it up and make sure that Miri has a rough laning phase. But yeah, while Miri might have had that, this is providing more space for Jill, who's literally 73-5 right now, and TPs are coming. Shards is going to be on point, the Hex in, and they found it, but they're going to look to just toke. They got the taunt in, the toss up as well, the snowball. Nice little save for YS, who's going to be backing up and running away, and Hazelia goes down, and Tusk will go down. Make sure that she uses the taunt one last time before she dies as well.
That was so close. Wise was so close to getting Culling bladed there by the axe. The axe has already been leaved, but the final second phase boot give Razor a little bit of edge there and stop the Culling blade from the axe. So that was a bit unfortunate of Miri.
Sticking around, just stops at least the pressure on that tower there. Buying a little bit of time for Hazelia to come back in. But now 10 minutes, if we're looking at net worth now, Jill, unexpected, or not unexpected in the sense that it's top #1, but the Voice Spirit is 2, and Miri snatches the Arcane Rune and ends up killing Berita.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of action. It's like 6 kills in 10 minutes, that's not bad. But if you just click on all the HP of the tower from Radiant side, they're so healthy. Maybe the bottom side one is a little bit low, but this is the least this prioritized tower for Bren to defend. They don't care about this bottom tier one at all. All they want to do is to defend top and mid because that's that gives the access to the triangle where Medusa just won't stay.
The Walrus Punch, and YS was there. We saw him for a second and then he got deleted.
YS is having a very rough game right now. She did not get the dominating lane that she wanted, that she picked Razor for. X is having a very good time, Facebook on the way to the Vanguard. But most importantly, like this is where Medusa is gonna skill out of control, and Razor is gonna have a very bad time thinking whether or not he needs to skill to match the Medusa, or does he has to go and fight? Because even if he fights now, he's not in the best shape to do that too.
Oh, Stampede. They've got the ancient stacks that's been gone on. The top lane, we're seeing the Walrus Punch. Legaia went in deep with the fingers on point. And they end up getting that one. The double edge end up securing that kill. Legaia goes down. Hazelia running for her life. She should be fine.
And Tiny, Mary has already completed her Blink Dagger. So it's a pretty naked Blink Dagger here. Very early as well. Seems like they should be able to do some tower defense with this fresh Blink Dagger pickup.
Yeah, there's no way they give this tower up for free. The TP is coming. I don't know if they saw the outskirts of that. Oh, they have the toss up, but he gets caught into the snowball. He went inside. They got the nice shard, but the Remnant actually pulls back Legaia. Astro step away. The Mystic Snake is going to slow down LV for at least for now, but she should be fine. She gets to the high ground. They kill the courier, but that's pretty much it. So an engagement happened, or they tried to, but all they got was a courier at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, their motive is really to protect the tower, defend the tower. As long as they manage to do that, they should be pretty okay. Kills are not too big of a matter for them in this kind of games. All they want to do, like we say, stabilize the game, slow down the game, and pull out some successful tower defense, because even though if they don't get any kill, they manage to get a top tier 1 tower for themselves. So Medusa gets to keep playing around this area pretty safely.
All right, Jill has been almost on point in terms of her farm, but she didn't get that last hit on the tower. Like, Jill, you literally have one job and you didn't do it and get that last hit. Come on, Jill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
She's so fat though. She's going for the Yasha into Aghanim shape. So not going for Manta, not going for SLY, just straight up Aghanims.
I mean, you're snowballing. Like, really, nobody can touch you. I think she feels very, very comfortable. And look at how deep she is right now. Like, the Centaur's nearby, and Jill's like, all right, hey, buddy, and then just walks away and continues to farm the jungle.
Yeah, there's just no good heroes that can jump on top of this Medusa right now. Even they have a lot of disables, like all 4 heroes have disables, but they don't have any damage that can really threaten Medusa. Razor is not that hero. Oh, mid lane though.
Oh, nice 3-man impale there. They got something. The drain mana. And it looks like Lion's gonna back off here. She should be fine.
Gold is a great
I like how Bren is when they are always just sticking together. This trio has been doing a lot of work. A plus Tusk and Tiny, they're just always sticking together, maximizing the killing potential. Alright.
Speaking of killing potential, there you go. That's the blink. That's the dead void. LV down for about 30 more seconds here, and it looks like they're gonna focus their attention on this mid T1.
They don't have much tower damage unless the Medusa also comes here. But if there's no one defending, then alright, there is the Glyph, Lujami. They are the one playing pretty defensive right now because they are all staying together, trying to repel the attack coming from Bren. But Bren knows that this is just a bait.
Yeah. And it's just, you know, providing space. Jill has just been like, all right, just give me space. Let me continue to farm. They're going to use it. But the Stampede, okay, they're going to go for Legaia, who actually sharded herself into that one. Oh, and she dropped the GG branch, because why not? But they did get Lion, so they got something out of this. It's a 1-for-1 Bay Rida there, just looking like Flow Rida, and she's getting snatched. And the Mystic Snake will end up killing her there, and Jill actually made her rotation to the mid lane and secures that kill.
Yeah, overall it's a very good maneuver coming out of Bren. They are constantly staying at mid S3, so they are giving the force. They are going the force intention to Lujami. Oh no, Razor is getting combo down.
Ice Blast, nowhere to go, and a little bit of flex, and YS has not had a great game.
This is getting pretty out of hand. Medusa continues to just farm, and Lujami, not only that they don't get to threaten Medusa, they are also slowly losing map control to this Blink Dagger Tiny.
Yeah, Miri's been making plays, but like again, you talked about this trio, and they've stuck together. Legaia, Gia, and Miri, just the Three Stooges, I would say at this point, have just been making their presence known, and they've made, you know, Lugiami just very uncomfortable on the map.
Yeah, And also, not to mention, 15.5 minutes in, Jill has completed the Agonies. I gotta say, this is one of the most farm Medusa I've watched in a while. 60 minutes in, approaching 10k net worth. That's crazy.
That is insane. Yeah, that's actually insane. All right, but okay. So what does Lugiami need to do? How did they get back in this game? All right, here's one. The stomp just on Ligaya, though. Hazelia is going to try to run away. They're going to leave Ligaya to die. They do have the finger. They do have the hex as well. And they've got Hazelia taunt, but she's going to probably run for her life or try to. Gia is just trying to slow him down, and Hazelia gets away, but only at the cost of Ligaya.
Thank you.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I talked about what Lugiami has to do. They have to choose between going for the Medusa or trying to fight these 4 versus 5 fights, because they know that Medusa is not around. So if they force the 4-man fight, unfavorable fight from Bren, so they might have a chance to win it out. And that's what they're doing right now. 5-man smoked. Even though they don't have their big ultimates like the Stampede, Vendetta or Finger, but they're feeling the urgency. They know that they have to go. They have to keep going. There's no other choices or options for them.
And both teams actually smoked, and there was like 2 ships passing through the night. They did not see each other, and it looks like Ligaya's left it alone. Oh, they found the Void Spirit, and they wrapped all the way around, and they've got it, and they've got the Ice Blast that's going to connect on as well. They've killed 2 so far from Bren, and the Stone Gaze is going to be used, and nobody wants to look at her because she's hideous. Nonetheless, Kang gets tossed up. They found another kill. It's a 2-for-1 so far. Jill continuing to run in. She thinks that she's the strongest hero on the map, and she is.
Oh, you can really tell that the Mystic Snake presence is really showing in that fight. It just initiate, turn everyone into stone for about 2 seconds. And now that Jill has gotten to level 15, she has the plus 35% Mystic Snake mana gain. I don't know how Jill's gonna die. Especially once the SNY is up.
Like, she's got what? She's got the Ags, and she also has Possessed Mass, which is a little underrated in the sense that you're getting free lifesteal. So, like, it just makes it very difficult. She's so tanky. She's only got 1,500 life, but it's close. I mean, with the mana pool, that's 3,000 effectively, and then whatever the lifesteal. So, trying to burst her down is not going to be easy, especially when she's got Stone Gaze up. So, your options with her are very, very limited.
A lucky find.
Yeah, they have to find a way that they can just completely chain down Medusa and kill her before she can get any spells off.
So they've got the stomp in, and they're trying to at least focus up on Miri here, who's kind of gets a snowball save. The Stampede's going to be used, but they're just going to use it to disengage now. And they did save Miri, but they lost Beirita. Miri tosses YS back. That was perfect. What a nice play, and Jill will continue to clean up, get all of the kills thus far, and Jill wants more. She's running right for LV, the snowball in, the Stone Gaze, she turns right in front, Astral Step away, she gets to the high ground, and she does get away to tell the tale.
Yeah, Mary sacrificed her own life there in exchange for the Razor's life. That's totally worth it. Knowing how much Medusa is leading ahead of the Razor right now. Medusa is just basically double the net worth of the enemy carry. And that's how big of a difference right now in this game. And mind you, this is a 2nd pick Medusa as well. It's a 2nd pick Medusa, and she's not been answered at all from Lugiami.
I think you just need to ban Medusa. You know, this is not something that you want to deal with. It's very difficult. Like it's in such a good state where the team literally has to draft an entire strategy just to deal with your hero. That's crazy. That sounds like League of Legends style.
Oh, really?
Balance, right?
I don't know anything about League of Legends, so
all right. I don't know. I just assumed this.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing about Medusa. Like, you have to play very different kind of Dota.
Oh, she's by herself. The smoke went around, and they found Jill. They got the Yules, but that's actually buying time for them to come on back in. And she's there, but she doesn't have Stone Gaze, but she can just literally turn and fight. And it looks like they're gonna have a hard time. The Walrus Punch, at least they killed the Lion. They got that to start this one off. They thought they had a trap, and they thought they had an easy kill on Jill. And she's just gonna back up and continue to farm those Ancients in addition to the heroes. She actually is not even chasing for YS. She leaves her alone. YS gets frozen into place. They're gonna get another kill. And again, they thought they had a trap, but it looks like they were the prey.
That is definitely one of the best initiation they could get. I would say if they can get the Blink Storm on Centaur and the Medusa, that would be much better. like you say, the user have to actually bought the time for her entire team to come back to the rescue. So she got full static linked by the Razor, but still Razor just does not do any damage to Medusa. Razor removes all the damage from Medusa, but Medusa he's just there throwing out some Mystic Snake, and her teammate just clean everybody up. So once again, they did not get the gang successfully done, and they are gonna lose a lot of heroes for that, and a tower as well.
That's the big thing. I mean, the first T2, it's the mid one. Obviously makes it a little bit more difficult to defend Roche and whatnot. So just kind of open up the map even more and more, and Jill will continue to happily farm whatever's given to her. And this is becoming almost to that unstoppable stage where Medusa is just unkillable.
Oh, Mary looking to find a kill on Centaur.
Stampede just used defensively just to keep herself alive. Yes, the Ice Blast is just the debuff is on, but I mean, no real action. But you've made them waste a Stampede, and that opens up even more doors for options that you have.
Yeah, it's basically Bren Esports is in the state that they could do whatever they want. Holy guy! Oh, wait, what?
I think that was a misclick, right? Like she used Yules herself, right?
That happens.
I mean, it happens, but okay, it's not looking the worst right now. Nice little taunt there by Hazelia. They've got him, and they've got they chopped up LV there. The TP away, and Verita will get away. The TP from Lion, the Ice Blast. Oh man, just
close.
Barely gets away.
Yeah, that happens. That happens. It even happened to Emo in the major grand final, where he was playing Void Spirit, and then he double Astral Step into using himself. And then that became a meme. That became such a big meme in the Chinese community, and then everyone just keep laughing on him on that incident. So that definitely happens. So,
it happens. I mean, it's one of those things where you're trying to I always look at when you're blink initiating and you're doing something, right? It's kind of like launching a space shuttle, right? You got to make sure that the sequence is right. You got to make sure that all the buttons are properly pressed. Make sure that you do it the right way. Sometimes you double click somewhere, and that will happen. And we see what happened with LV just dying there. That was only her second death of the game, though.
Yeah. That being said, though, Butterfly freshly picked up a Medusa. Wait, this has to be the fattest Medusa that I've seen in a while in officials. Really big props to Gil. She has been farming really well. She has been helping her team in the correct time as well. So that's actually the biggest challenge. How do you balance between helping your team and farming? I think Jill has done it very well this game.
Mm-hmm. And she's got Rapier queued up just for the memes, I'm sure. But yeah, like very difficult to deal with. Like, I don't even know how you're supposed to deal with somebody with 4k HP effectively, plus the Butterfly, which is the evasion and everything. It's super difficult here to kind of deal with Jill.
Absolutely. Now they are looking to get themselves the Aegis, and then they should be looking to just walk up to the high ground and start sieging a little bit. There's a DD at the bottom side. Unfortunately, neither side has vision on that. Berida, he's doing a bit of scouting mission here, but it seems like she won't be able to do anything to stop this Roshan from Bren Esports.
Much they can do, but it looks like they're gonna find the Nyx. And Berida just going down again, just a little bit of scouting action, but gets all right. Gia, they're doing the tips.
They're respecting Gia's presence in the team. We talk about this, right? You know, when you are playing a post 5 and then everyone else is not speaking the same language as you, I think that's the biggest challenge, because normally post 5 is the one that's making the shot call. So I think the team also respect how hard it is for Gia, and Gia is still doing a very good job. So I always like the friendly tips instead of the BM tips. So I like this a lot coming up from Bren.
I feel like friendly tips is like an oxymoron. Like, I don't understand it. Like, I don't think I've ever gotten a friendly one. I've always got the BM ones.
That's because you never play with me.
You would ever tip me, or like oh no, let me back up. Like you would ever play with me. You're too good for me.
Wow. Hold up.
Yeah. Every time I want to play with you, you're like, no, I'm busy, and then I just see you just like AFK in it, or like, you know, playing with your friends. You have a stack of 4, you're looking for your 5th, and you're like, I see Holler online, but I'm not going to invite him. I get it, man. I get it. You know? I'm
Alright,
actually
DD ruined
amazing
Tiny.
at placing wards, for the record.
Alright. Right, after this, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself.
All right, and if you want me to, I will courier your items to you, so you don't have to
Wow.
call your courier at times. Just saying.
That's cool. Make sure to always refill my border as well.
Well, whatever it takes, man. Whatever it takes. All right, with the blink in, Void Spirit, he's kind of by himself. LV has to Astral step away. Gets hit with the Mystic Snake on the way out, though. But Jill just happily just taking these Raxes and slowly chipping those things down.
Wow, look at Mary just whacking at the Rax with the DD root. Oh, she has the shard as well, so that's unlimited tree grab. So
Making sure. Look at this. Like you haven't engaged. You have your pretty much your ults, and this is it because like you can't be giving up 2 sets of racks for nothing, right? You got to make a play. As I say that, LV getting in a very low, doesn't need to back off here. Ice Blast, that will probably connect, but I don't think she's gonna tick away.
she might actually die. This is a level 2 Ice Blast.
Slowly getting whittled here. They're gonna go for this one, and they want to go nice 2-man Earth Spike though. They do connect on the 2. Stone Gaze is now gonna be used. Kang and them are just running away. They got the snowball, and they end up killing 2 so far. They're looking to freeze the other 2. YS got stuck there as well. LV's like, I'm just back in. I was not ready for that one. She Astral steps forward. The Mystic Snake in back, and the taunts in as well. The toss up is, and Jill just cleaning up aisle 2 with a triple kill.
Dusa. This hero is just way too busted right now. Like, the fact that you could just second pick the Dusa and go unpunished really show how hard it is for a team to find the perfect draft to counter this hero. Because there's just so many boxes that you have to take. And after taking all the boxes, you have to execute perfectly as well.
Yeah.
So I just think just ban. It's like last patch where you just ban out the IO and don't think about it at all. It's the same for this patch. Ban Medusa so that you don't have to just waste so much energy and time to find answers for this hero.
And I mean, I don't mean to point fingers, but I just felt like YS wasn't really comfortable on that Razor, and I think that kind of bit them in the butt in the end. I think that like if they had something a little bit more, she's more comfortable with, I felt like it might have had a different output because of the fact that like even up against the Axe, like you would expect that like the Razor to do decently well and come out 50-50, but she definitely lost that first 10 minutes of the laning phase. So not really putting herself or the team in a position to really succeed in this game.
Yeah, I would say Razor, they had high hopes on this Razor to be the one countering Medusa, to be the one winning X lane. Neither of that happened. And also mainly because they don't have any tower push. So no matter how many kills they try to make it happen, they don't get to punish the tower and advance the game forward. So I think that's also another biggest reason why they lost this game as well. And Jill, she was just farming so efficiently the entire game. She also comes to some fight on a very good time and just stop the aggression coming out of Lujami. Overall, this is such a good strategy from Bren, and they executed it really well.
Yeah. I mean, they were just on point. They just completely closed it out. They knew exactly what they were doing. They had a great strategy. They rolled ahead and they moved on, and they will continue to move on as we go into the tournament brackets. I believe it's going to be okay. The next game is still underway. That one's between Pacific Pink, Foxy Gaming. That one's going to be on our Twitch. I believe that's in Thai. The cast there is. But you can kind of just see who's going to be playing in the next one. And we're going to go into that last game. It's going to be Bren Esports versus the winner of that session. My name is Holler. This is Arthur. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with that game. Hello and welcome back to FSL Dota 2 Open. My name is Holler and I'm with Arthur, and now we are at the upper bracket finals between Bren Esports and Foxy Gaming. And Foxy Gaming just came off a 60-minute game or so. I know that you caught some of that game, Arthur. Tell me your thoughts.
I mean, I just look at the very end of it. I didn't manage to catch too much, but it was very interesting because you talk about how strong the Pacific ping was, and then they were managed to Foxy Gaming coming in as an underdog, managed to win that powerhouse out, close the game out in the 60-minute game. I don't know. I don't have much thought. I just hope that you went for a toilet break because this game might be a long game as well.
You know, I wonder how it's going to play out because Bren Esports, obviously, they had the luxury of just being able to watch that game, and they kind of got some tips, I'm sure, especially with some of the bans like the Undying Centaur, just kind of starting that one off. So they had a little bit of an advantage in that sense. But, you know, they are well rested, right? Which, you know, coming off a 60-plus minute game, that is no small feat in and of itself. But to play another game after that and potentially, you know, winner bracket final, this is a bit of a hard one for Foxy.
Yeah, you talk about how fatigue would just come in the middle of the day and then start affecting the players. This might be the third or fourth game for Foxy Gaming, and they just ended a 60-minute game. So I think if fatigue is a thing, it might be happening in this game, especially on how intense the last game were. And let's talk about draft. Bren Esports, this is exactly the same 4 picks that they picked for themselves at the first series of the day. So you can tell that this is the absolute best or the absolute most comfortable draft that they can have them for themselves. And I don't really like this Spectre pick a lot for Foxy Gaming, to be very honest. Picking into AA and Lash, that's a lot of punishment coming up from Bren for this Spectre pick.
Well, then you kind of need to like lean on Abaddon in the sense of just keeping you alive. You know, you have the Mystic Coil and the shield and whatnot just to kind of keep you up. But obviously, there's a lot of concern. There's a tremendous amount of burst from Bren that could potentially be there. But we're gonna have to see how this one plays out. Of course, just like any other game. But again, I think you brought up a good point in the sense that Bren are bringing their A game and they're ready to play for this upper bracket final as their guaranteed top 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I love this trial once again from Bren. Mirana thinking A, there's a lot of setup for Ice Blast, there's a lot of chain stun and magical burst as well. One thing that's very underrated is AA's, what do you call that? The second spell that the slow? Do you remember what is it called? I couldn't remember. But anyways, it gives AoE magic amplification for 30%, allow 4. I think that's gonna amplify so much damage from this Lash Track. And basically, without BKB, it's going to be so hard for Foxy's Gaming's cores to play in the middle, in the mid game. I mean, if you look at Ember Spirit Spectre, they're not the cores that would want to buy BKB at all.
10 seconds.
Yeah, but at the same time, they're kind of going all in with the whole magic damage spell amplification. By the way, it's called Ice Vortex.
Yes, Ice Vortex.
But, you know, they've got a whole bunch of magic. I mean, if you're looking at, you know, Morana, Sand King, AA, Leshek, all of these guys are just kind of bringing magic damage to the table. So they're going to have to counter it with a pipe very early, and they've picked a great offlaner and somebody who's holding auras like that and in Mars in and of itself. So I think that they're kind of preparing themselves for a very long and drawn-out firefight.
Yeah, I like this Mars pick. It's mainly for the Lash. So what Lash want to be doing here is that with she will always want to be threatening towers with Diabolic. So Mars is one of the better heroes to defend towers, and when Lash is close to the tower, it's gonna be easy for Mars to just catch her in the arena and spear her through the wall. So Mars is always the one of better heroes against heroes like Lashrak, Pogna, all these heroes that want to be up front in front of tower to do tower damage. And this last pick coming out from Bren, Lifestealer against Mars, Gil is gonna have no pressure at all in the lane, in the mid game, unless she got caught by the hacks into a lot of chain stun. Otherwise, I don't see Lifestealer going down easily against Foxy Gaming, and also Lifestealer one of better hero against Spectre for sure with the Armlet and Day Soviet.
Yeah, it's actually it's a really nice last pick here. I mean, it's no gotcha pick or anything like that, but it's a solid one. It's a position one that you need. Obviously, Rage is going to be great. You have your get out of jail free card in terms of Mars Arena with, you know, Rage and all that. So you have definitely outs, and you don't really have a whole lot of the control that you had in previous games. So I feel like Bren Esports, you know, this is a very good last pick. But the thing is that now you're looking at this is, do they have the tankier type? Because Sand King is more like the controller. You don't really have that guy that's going to be standing up front, and it's probably going to be Gil in this case. And is she able to withstand all that punishment and survive, and basically survive so that she can do her own damage?
Yeah, that's very true. That's a solid point, because if you look at Bren, Sand King would want to be staying behind. She would want to be playing the initiator type, so she want to remain hidden. So the only one that can really soak out damage is the Life Stealer. So, but Life Stealer doesn't really want to be always in front of the team though, because he will also want to be coming into the fight at the last to do some cleanup. So Lash Strike might be the biggest target here for Foxy Gaming. If they could bring down the Lash Strike first, it would remove so much damage department of the Bren Esports, and there's no save for the Lash Strike as well. Once he's gone on, she's basically dead. If she doesn't have the item like Sanj, Kaya, BKB, or even though they use, she would be in such a be in such an exposed situation where she could get instantly burst down by the fingers and Mars.
And getting the finger and Mars to just go off, you need to ensure that you've got a great frame rate, a great processor, and all you need is high frame rates, low latency gaming with the 11th gen Intel Core processor. Of course, one of our sponsors, so big shout out to them, plus Tokenized Exchange and Yahoo, because without them, we would not have had any of this. And this is, of course, FSL Dota 2 Open. This is going to be the upper bracket the upper bracket finals. This is the last one and the last game that we're going to be streaming today. We're going to have more games coming at you tomorrow. So please do stay tuned for the rest of the tournament. Obviously, all of these players need to kind of rest. We need to rest as well, but we're going to be coming at it, and we're going to find out who's going to make it to the grand finals in this game alone. What are your thoughts? Who do you think is in?
Well, looking at the draft, I'm liking Bren's draft a lot. I like this trio coming up from Bren. I think they are going to be setting a lot of good kills up for their two cores. And Life Stealer has been my favorite carry to go up against Spectre, not only because it's a good matchup for Life Stealer. He could also itemize very well into taking objective early on and also taking Roshan early on, which is one of the better ways to deal with the Spectre. And also, man fighting is not an issue at all for Life Stealer. So I like the room for Life Stealer to perform this game. I think Gil is gonna have a pretty good game if he doesn't have a lot of misplay in the mid game, catching out by the Lion, or so to speak, just dying out of nowhere. I think she would be pretty fine.
All right, with the Pearl Strike, and they're just kind of forcing the action, so to speak, on the Spectre. Nana here. And mind you, this is going to be the all-Thailand team. This is against the Filipino team of Bren Esports. So if you're from either of these countries, you have a horse in this race, and I'm sure you're going to cheer for them. And it's very exciting to see the teams that kind of make their way into the high level. Mind you, Bren Esports does have that one Singaporean player in Gia. But aside from that, nothing but Filipinos.
Yeah. Do you think language is gonna be an advantage here for Foxy Gaming, since they are all Thai and they're speaking in their own same language?
I mean, of course it's a slight advantage. I think it's more of an advantage outside of the game. I think once you're in the game, you've got enough. Like, at the end of the day, you might just be pinging, or go, or, retreat, or back. You know what I mean? Like, those are, like, simple ones, right? So I don't think that you need to be, like, explaining and, like, you know what I mean, where language could be a huge issue. And I think you're seeing that more in professional Dota, where players from all over the place are playing together, regardless of language, because Dota is that universal language.
Yeah, that's true. It's more for the outside of game communication, replay analysis and stuff whatnot. The top lane, Ligaya and Hazel has already gotten a kill on the Abaddon.
And these two have been playing together for such a long time. They have great synergy. I mean, the fact that these heroes alone, you got the burrow striking into the arrow, you just have a lot of potential for kills. And they just got the first blood on that one, catching out Honey Lisa.
Yeah, this Sand King plus Mirana is such an old school combo. I think this is the third game with this duo in today's game overall. Yeah. And I think Neon has been picking up this duo a lot more as well. It just tells you how strong they are, and especially in draft right now, you can always flex the Sand King to the mid lane, so it gives even more value to pick this Sand King early on.
And Abaddon here is, I mean, you've got the curse. You kind of want somebody who's going to man fight you. And, oh, speaking of which, Arrow. Okay, Photic Shield, keeping him alive for now. But usually you don't want somebody elusive, right? Because once you get the slow on them, when you got that curse, and then they just try to walk away and they have a hard time. But they have Burrow Strike, they have Leap. So kind of not a great laning opponent, so to speak, for that Abaddon.
Absolutely. But I just want to point out something that Mary is completely crushing this mid lane. 20 last hit compared to the 7 on Ember Spirit. I knew that I talked about this. I said Lashrak would have a slight advantage. I just did not expect Mary to push that advantage so far forward. And meanwhile, Jia forced to the Mars at the bottom lane.
Yeah, and she's okay. So I mean, let's be honest. Miri is like one of the top tier mids in this tournament in and of itself. I think we've seen that time and time again. We've seen a ton of her Bren Esports games already today, and we've just seen her pretty much dominate almost every single matchup or come out somewhat even. She doesn't really lose the lane, which is pretty much what you want as a mid laner.
Yeah, that's true. You will always have like to have a stable mid laner. If she could play the advantageous lane out like how it should be, that would be even perfect.
Yep. All right, so last hits alone. I mean, Spectre does have 20, so she's doing all right. Hazelia has 22 and 5, but Sand King usually has that edge against the Spectre. I mean, just being melee oriented, right?
Yeah, but this is not a lane that Spectre is worrying at all because of the caustic finale from Sand King. Sand King will always be pushing the lane into Spectre tower, and Spectre will just be farming pretty easily under the tower. She's already building into the blade mill early on so that she could amplify her farming speed a little bit faster after it's up.
Okay. All right. And if we're looking at Ember, is actually the lowest in terms of the cores with just 12 and 1. Is that worrying, or can Ninja come back?
That is very worrying because I feel like if you look at Foxy's draft, Ember Spirit is the only hero that can move around and create something to happen. And then also it means that she needs to have a lot of high level, like pretty decent levels. She's level 5, but then looking at the net worth, she would need to take so much time for the recovery. It means that the game is going to be very stagnant for Foxy Gaming for a while. And that might be a trouble if Lashrak is the one making move first.
Yeah, and if anyone knows Bren Esports Miri at all, Leshrak is like her horse. You know what I mean? In the sense that she rode in on. She is very comfortable with this hero and just doing all sorts of tricks just to make it very difficult for Ningang to get anything going. But as I say that, Cat Chaser getting a little low in the bottom lane. We haven't talked too much about this one. What do you think about this matchup here?
Oh, this is tough for the Mars.
Ooh, the Burrow Strike, or the Earth Spike is gonna connect. Gia getting a little low. Arrow is off the mark. Cat Chaser just trying to run out of the range and getting a little low, and Bristle Front goes down when you shoot him in the back.
Yeah, Lifestealer, once he get a hit on the Mars, the Ghost Frenzy is gonna kick in. But at the time, it's gonna be really hard for Mars to keep running. Especially Mars went for this Ring of Health early on instead of items like Chainmail or Boost of Speed. It means that Mars is super slow against a Lifestealer.
Yeah, she's gonna have a hard time. She's gonna TP in now, but I mean the lane is in a decent spot, level 5, mind you. Oh, but not where you want to be. Rage is gonna be used. Spear just back on to Miri, who just gets pushed back, and it looks like they're gonna disengage here. Gil is level 5, does need to be careful. More TPs are on the way. Reinforcements, but that arrow was on point. Hex up, the chains. Here comes Ninin. This is one way to deal with it. They split Earth just kind of zoning more than anything else. The Remnant on forward. Sleepless is taking some damage. Miri is out of mana, so not really able to do much but right click, and she gets chained back, and she got left behind. She's taken a decent amount of damage, and in the end, Gil actually goes down.
Yeah, initially it was a good rotation coming out from Lashrak, utilizing the fact that a huge wave is pushing into the dire tier, the bottom tier 1 tower, and it was a siege wave as well. So Diabolic level 3 on Lash, that could be easily taking down the tower, but also good counter initiation coming out from the Ember Spirit with the Arcane Rune. That really sealed the deal for them. Very good tower defense coming out from Foxy side, and this is something that they absolutely have to do. They need to repel this tower pushing coming out from the Lashrak as much as they could. I
feel like they were a little too aggressive though in the bottom lane, right? Like it seems like they should have let the Mars go a little bit sooner, and then once you're past the tower and they TP on in, you really don't have anywhere to go, so to speak. So a little of a reach by Bren Esports in that one.
Yep. There's a line that they have to identify whether or not they can cross, and Mary is already again making rotations to the top lane, finding the strongest hero on his team to play with, which is the Sand King for sure. Level 7 right now, has already completed the Wheel of Discord, so a lot more magical damage coming out from the Bren Esports in general. Once AA gets more skill point on Ice Vortex, they're just gonna roll over Foxy Gaming with the insane amount of magic damage.
There's going to be a ton coming in. And, okay, Honey Lisa level 5. Nana, on the other hand, is kind of giving it up. I mean, she's already lost her tower top, so she's kind of stuck in the jungle. But Gia here, level 5, is looking to turn this around. Sleepless. Oh, the arrow's a little off the mark. And Poppy, or Ligaya, excuse me, hasn't had that easy of a time. I mean, the last time we saw this combination, there were more reliable stuns, so it was much easier to hit those arrows. But this time, it looks like there's a little bit of a struggle in that sense.
Yeah, seems like there's gonna be a big fight coming. Sand King is here. Sleepless. Wait, what?
That Earth Spike? Okay, all right, Sleepless. Maybe a little bit tired from the last one, but she misses off completely off the mark, actually.
Not only that, Sand King just completely walks by him. Yeah, I guess that both sides are just pretending to not see each other.
All right, Ningen on the other hand, still 34-3, bottom of the cores at least, and it's 10 minutes. Jill is looking to turn this up and just chasing the Cat Chaser, who has to actually TP away, and Gil actually continues to attack when no real chance of stopping that TP.
Mars, he TP all the way back to his own base, so he's gonna take a long time for him to travel all the way to either mid lane or bottom lane. Hits the boots finally, but without TP for 60 seconds. This is where Lasher can really be putting down some pressure on the side lanes.
Yeah, and I think you need to be kind of forcing the issue, take away space as much as as well as Hazelia has done in terms of just taking out the top tower. I think you need to start taking out the mid and just basically choke out the Spectre, because if Spectre has no place to farm, she's just gonna really struggle this game. Oh, TPs are coming. It's going to be in the mid lane. And if we're going to just go in. All right, in the mid lane. And here we go. Nana gets Blade Mail up, but Moonlight has been used, and Hazelia is looking to focus on. They do get Nana in the end. Honey Lisa is getting a little bit low, but they've already lost 2 heroes. Arrow is going to be a little off the mark and earn just on Honey Lisa one last time before she runs away.
That's the power of the AA, the level 6 AA, fresh Ice Blast. That is the strongest spell in Dota 2, almost, especially with so much reliable stuns to set her up with the Ice Blast. Mars with the hood can't even repel all the damage, and not to mention Spectre Horn in just to die. So Spectre might want to just calm himself down, just keep farming with the Blade Mail, because this is definitely not the time that she will want to be looking to contribute to your team. Because level 7, even though with the Horn, she's not doing any damage at all.
Yeah, she just needs to farm, and she just needs to not really go into any fight. I mean, all she has is Blade Mail. Really not much that she can do. So yeah, she doesn't really want to be seen on the map anytime soon. Just give her some space and just kind of create a distraction elsewhere just so that she can get some farm.
Yeah, she needs to understand that everything her team is doing for her is to just buy time for her to be big. Because that's just very similar to the Dusa lineup. And Spectre just need to be very disciplined in terms of how she decides to join the team fight. Last track, building up the U Scepter already, so that's gonna be her offensive / defensive items. That's gonna help her survive in the Mars combo as well. If she got lucky, maybe dodging some spears, that might be game changing for Mary here. So let's see what she wants to do with the really early skill Scepter picked up. She also has one of the best items, Ferris Trinket, for herself.
That's very good, actually. And she's almost got Yules. If we're looking at net worth, she's tops. Gil is on second place. So they're kind of starting to pull away a little bit. But when you have a Spectre on, and yeah, using Blade Mail there, and Miri will just back off now. But, I mean, when you've got a Spectre on your team, it's a never say die hero. Oops. Oh, they got in the mid lane. Nice Ice Blast there. They do find Cat Chaser, who's going to use Arena but she does end up cracking to it. Moonlight is going to be used. Hazelia does go down. Honey Lisa has got borrowed time, but split Earth, and they focus on Honey Lisa. She goes down. Nice Earth spike onto 2. Sleepless is going to run away. Ligaya leaps in forward, goes right for it. It gets the nice arrow, and that does connect. Nining is running for her life. She tries to remnant forward. She's running away. The chains on Gil right under the T2, but it looks like they're going to back off for now. But it's a 3-for-1. Pretty nice trade, at least for Bren Esports.
Yeah, Mars was overestimating himself too much there. Yeah, she was playing around with the Sand King, and then Sand King all of a sudden just burst strike the team into Arrow and Ice Blast, and the Mars just died like that. And that's another 2. That's a pretty huge stack that got stolen by Bren Esports as well. That's a very good tempo coming out from them. Taking towers, taking stacks, and Jill completing Armlet very soon, and they should be able to go for another round of fight. Sand King very close to the Blink Dagger, gives her about 2.5 minutes, and she'll be able to get the Blink Dagger, and that's another round of tempo that Bren Esports can play with.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to see how they play out. I mean, it's only a 5K net worth difference. I still feel like they've got a chance, but it like they need to. You need to push out the other lanes so that Spectre has a little bit more time and a little bit more space. And I feel like they're really cramped right now. I mean, if you're looking at where Spectre is right now, even the Ice Blast just kind of harassing, so Nana doesn't feel comfortable at all. You're gonna have a hard time, especially going up against a stalwart team like the Bren Esports team we have here.
Yeah, 100%. I'm also looking at Ember Spirit's item. He's going for Blade Mail himself, obviously for the last track. But the thing is, we see Spectre going for Blade Mail, we see Ember Spirit going for Blade Mail. I understand that Blade Mail is a pretty good farming item for a spec, but not really for the Ember Spirit though. Because Ember Spirit, he will almost always want to have the Maelstrom. It's a damage item for himself. It's a farming item as well. Going for the Blade Mail means that this Ember, if he doesn't get the successful fight that he's looking for, he's gonna be outskilled by this Lasher in a lot of ways.
And
so that's my
definitely
biggest.
Don't want to get behind.
Exactly. That's my biggest worry for Ember Spirit, because if you look at the net worth right now, Lasher is already about 2k ahead of him. And there's so many ways Lasher can play this game out. If he sees the Ember Spirit getting Blade Mail, he could easily just itemize for the early BKB or early Bloodstone that can heal himself up. So Lasher he always have the decision making to put him in the better situation compared to the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, and to be honest, I feel like Miri's done quite well, but with that hero, you kind of it's like Pugna style in the sense that you just want to be pushing towers, right? You want to be aggressive. You want to just kind of take advantage of that early peak that you have, and the fact that they aren't able to deal with your magic damage. But Arena's going to be used, and they found Hazelia, so that's a pretty good win, at least for Foxy.
Yeah, that's a very deep positioning there by Hazelia. It's all good though, because this death does not turn into any objective for Foxy. Foxy's used a lot of ultimates for that. The Arena, the Fingers of Death as well. All they got was a Sand King Q in front of the tower. That's totally acceptable for Bren Esports. That would be a good death, if you ask me.
All right, it's weird when you say good death, because I feel like every time I die, I try to just sell myself as, oh, that was a good death, but nobody believes me.
It's okay, they're not as smart as you, they don't see it.
Yeah, I'm thinking 3 steps ahead, I'm creating space, I'm just pushing it forward. That's why I died, duh.
Yeah, a finger used on me is a 1 finger less used on the Lash, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, so you would understand why I would be making these quote-unquote mistakes, but they're actually good plays. I'm taking it for the team.
Today onwards, everyone that is watching this stream, if they're post 5, they'll be diving so much more.
And they'll be like, oh yeah, that was a good death. That's what I learned today.
This is what I learned from Haller.
No. Actually, you said it, but then I just validated it. So it's completely on you. But mind you, you do some educational content on your stream, and where can they find you on Facebook?
Yeah, okay, we are gonna see Honey Lisa is gonna die. Anyway, if you guys want to see more of me, we'll talk about it later.
Real quick, Haunt comes in. They found the Mars, and they get the nice little stun on Hazelia. And Nana now needs to run for her life. Yeah, she's got Blade Mail, but they'll absorb that damage. She goes down as well. That's 3 for nothing. And this is not looking good for Foxy Gaming.
Yeah, Nana got to be saying no to her team. No, I don't want to be fighting, because every single time Nana goes into team fight, the moment he horns in, the moment she horns in, she just straight up died, because the disable coming out from Bren are so cheap, the CDs are so low, and now they have Vessel completed on Ligaya as well on the Mirana. There's so many ways for them to take down this Spectre. So she really gotta be careful and just be patient.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just keep farming, wait for the perfect timing to horn in, wait for all the rounds of disable to be used already, then go into the fight.
Yeah. I mean, the team right now, anytime you get engaged by Bren, I think you just need to disengage, salvage what you can, and make sure that Spectre is farming elsewhere, right? That's all space right now. And as I say that, they take the bottom T1, which is going to take away that space.
Yeah, now Bren unlocks the way to get into the jungle. Oh, Honey Lisa once again tanking the smoke. She's not gonna heal up because of the Ice Blast.
But she's full, and they're looking to turn this around. They've got Dust on, Moonlight. The Spear is going to be a little off the mark, and Hazelia actually did the okey doke, and she went back in. And Cat Chaser's trying to look around, but found Jill, and that's really not the one you want to be fighting with. They're going to back off here. Mind you, there's no borrowed time, so there is a little bit of an opening, and they found at least the Ember, who has to Yules, and they've got the Epicenter being charged. The arena's now going to be used, but I don't know if they go for this all the way. Bulwark is also going to be used as well. They do get Ligaya, and here we go. They're looking to turn this around. The Epicenter, the Infest, and they go right out, and they blow him up, and it's a 3-for-1. That was a very good trade for Bren Esports.
Yeah, Bren actually messed up their spell usage for a bit. Hazel went in with the Blink Stun, and then Mary used the Ember Spear up, and then missed the kill on that. But surprisingly, Nana came in to join the fight, so they saw this Spectre instantly. They turned everything on the Spectre, and she just died. Or Jado, she's getting punished here again, tanking the 2 minutes long fingers of death. So this means one last finger on the lash or the lifestealer.
You know, if it was any other spell, I'd be okay with that. But the fact that it was the finger and you're getting that bonus, it's kind of and not the greatest. I mean, it's a position 5. Don't get me wrong, but you're it could it's not the best deal sacrificing yourself, so to speak, here.
Yeah, well, still though, this is 2 minutes without a finger, so Bren thought they can choose to go for another tier 2 tower. They can also choose to go for the Roshan as well. There are a lot of choices that Bren can play around with, but I would like to see them sticking together to do one move, because they can literally do anything they want. The least they can do is to feed away their current
The smoke has been popped, and they thought it was the high ground, and instead they found Nana. Oh my gosh, with the Infest Bomb and with the Ice Blast on top, that was perfectly in sync. Honey Lisa, you gotta protect your carry. Completely out. Yes, she popped the smoke or whatever, but she was nowhere nearby, and she needs to save Nana, right?
Yeah, I mean, Honey Lisa has been doing a good job in blocking smoke, into running into, just putting herself into Bren's boss initiation, but this time around, she did not do that. And Brainstorm managed to find the Spectre farming engine there. That's why normally we see engine. Okay, hold on. Mars?
Into the Burrow Strike. Earth Spike is going to be used, and they focus right onto Mars, and you think he's tanky, and he is not when he gets destroyed like that. Borrow Time's now going to be committed. Nigan, they get the stun on. He runs back to the side. Moonlight's going to be used, but they did get Hazelia, but it's at cost of what? 3-for-1 in that fight. Spectre was already dead.
Man, Bren is just playing so well. They're just making moves together as a team. Everyone is setting each other up, and you just see anyone that gets stunned by the Burrow Strike by Zen King, they're just dead. The arrow will come in, the Split Earth will come in for the lash, and most importantly, Ice Blast as well. And once Jia gets to level 12, that Ice Blast is going to be so much more stronger, and that's where Spectre don't have a game to play anymore.
She's the Ice Blasts have been on point. Just the way that they've done it, Nana has not been comfortable, and I'm actually wondering if Nana should be maybe on the other side of the river, on the Radiant side, maybe farming, because she keeps getting caught out in the same position.
Yeah, that's true. Look at the amount of deep ops that is giving all the vision for Bren for what they need to do. Like, they are not getting countered at all. They are not getting devoured at all. Honey Lisa missed another observer ward on the hill.
They found Nana again, and they're going to Yules. Spectral Dagger or not into the arrow. Very nicely played. Split Earth, Ice Blast, throw everything in the kitchen sink at you. And Honey Lisa is like, all right, I just got borrowed time. Hopefully I can run away, but not really much you can do here. And they've taken both of those heroes down.
This is really the observer war, giving all the information from Bren to do whatever they want right now. And this is why when we are going for a rewarding mission, we are so behind. Normally, you know, one will ask for their teammates to cover them, and that, unfortunately for Foxy Gaming, that were just the Spectre and the Abaddon.
Yeah, just hasn't had space, hasn't had that time, so to speak, to just farm. And you're seeing kind of how this Bren Esports, basically, when they've got you down, they don't let you get back up. They're kind of mean people like that.
Yeah, not at all. Like, you might think that Abaddon is good in saving, but look at how many, look at the amount of chains that they have. Even Mirana has a U scepter as well to you know, kind of, Abaddon wake you up, I'm gonna fly you out with the Cyclone into my arrow. They have those amount of chains done, and that's really something that is just way beyond what Abaddon can do in this game. Now they're gonna hit the Roshan, should be a pretty free one. There's no way Foxy can check the Roshan HP here unless they want to commit for the Haunt. But they're smoking out though.
Yeah, they need to I mean, they have Haunt if they want to go for this, but I don't know if, okay, they're going to make their way to the Roshan pit. They're going to realize that something is up, and Roshan is not dead. They're not killing it fast enough. Haunt is now going to be used. They've got the arena and the nice little spear there. They're going to look to fight this one, and they're doing some work, and that's one way of getting back in. But the Epicenter, it's doing some work as well. They've gotten 4 for nothing so far. They've gotten Roshan, and they've got Aegis, which is perfect, and Miri is now here with the BKB looking to turn this up. The Lightning Storm all over the place, but Mira now probably needs to run the Yules defensively, just not Cat Chaser, and she backs off here, but there's a buyback coming in from Hazelia.
That was the dream fight for Foxy Gaming. They just found themselves a perfect route to go all the way to the Roshan pit, and they dropped everything. They just straight out dropped everything. Lifestealer was really fast. He reached instantly and infest into the Mirana. Unfortunately, Minara died really fast. That's why he didn't get to heal too much from the infest. And then she died as well after that. So I would say Lifestealer, he did his best. He did the best, but that wasn't enough for them. I was just very surprised that no one from Bren Esports was actually blocking the smoke or was outside of the Roshan pit.
Everybody was in the pit. Like, that seems, and they were doing it blind. They were like, oh yeah, we're gonna just stay in here because we're, you know, just hiding ourselves. But like that one person, you need like a sentry outside, like a person, not like a sentry ward. I'm talking like a guardsman, just kind of just, you know, on patrol, so to speak, and just kind of looking out for that, because they got completely caught off guard there.
Maybe they were underestimating Foxy a little bit. They thought they could have just walked away with the Roshan pretty easily. Now, Bren Esports comes back with the smoke. They know that most of the ultimates are down on Foxy's side. Most importantly, Horn and also Fingers of Death. That's why immediately making a smoke. Ooh, they see Nana soon.
Oh, they know it's near. Oh, and Ningen just gonna continue. Oh, the infest bomb happened, but she remnants away and just debated, so to speak. She does get out. Nana is going to make her way to the bottom lane, but all right, you got to start chipping into these towers. You got to create some sort of space, because you really don't have any space to farm.
Yeah, fortunately for Foxy, Bren Esports, they really rely on having the lash track with having the Aegis on the lash, so that she could start sieging high ground. But without the Aegis, it's really hard for Bren Esports to push things forward, or at least to end the game right now. So that's close to 10 minutes of breathing room for Foxy here to find some space for themselves. But Nana though, like you say, she has been playing around her own jungle more than playing in the enemy jungle. So she's very exposed to any sort of gangs coming up from Bren Esports. I think she might have to smoke herself to play at the enemy jungle. Because if you look at enemy jungle, that's completely empty. For the whole about 5 to 8 minutes, it's completely empty.
Yeah. She should be using it. She should be utilizing it, because not only that, chances are it won't be rewarded. And the second thing is that if they do, they're like, oh yeah, where's the Spectre? You know, and then eventually they'll figure out that you're in their jungle, and they need to back off, which creates more space on your side of the map, and it allows you to farm.
Exactly. Now they are getting choked. They are all stuck in their own base because there were not anyone that is positioning already positioning in the enemy jungle to cut wave or whatsoever. I think another thing Mars could do is also utilize his Blink Dagger here to start cutting wave, to start just stop the wave coming in so that they could have the chance to go out for some dewarding mission or just find some room to breathe. Because right now they are just in their own high ground and they are not getting anything. Even though they are not dying, but this is just Bren slowly building the more advantage on the net worth and start having the itemization advantage as well.
And if you're looking at look at the build, Nigant just went straight Blade Mail into BKB next, like straight up defensively. Mars is kind of gone with the Blink Pipe. So there's really not a whole lot of damage aside from what Spectre has, but all Spectre has is a Blade Mail and a Manta at this point. Who else needs to pick up the damage?
Man, at this point, I don't know. Because Ember Spirit, he did not itemize for any damage item or any scaling item. She went for these two very defensive fighting items that is really hurting herself. Because she's not scaling at all against the Lashrak, and once the BKB is down, she's not gonna do any damage to the side of face. So that's the biggest problem here. They will need to find another perfect fight for themselves, and then find another 3 to 4 minutes to upgrade their items. They see Jia though, but that's a post fight that you don't want to be breaking your smoke with.
But if you're looking at it, like wards are the biggest issue. The vision. They need to just de-ward. They need to take control of it because right now they're getting picked off and they know Moonlight is going to be used. They sense something is up and they know that Honey Lisa is nearby. And I mean, that's not the best one to go on. I mean, you got borrowed time here, but you let Honey Lisa die, you get out of there. And it looks like they're going to use Haunt just to kind of make her, like, try to give her a little bit of space. But at this point, I think it's better off just running.
The Horn was more like a defensive Horn, but to save the Abaddon though, that might not be very worth it because Abaddon has buyback. You don't really want to commit too much spells to save a post 5 that doesn't really do anything. So right now they committed a Horn, but that's just about it actually.
Now they have to defend high ground without it. At least with borrowed time, but Mars gets run up on. Gil just going high ground, does not care. And looks like they're gonna focus their attention here in the mid racks or the mid tower. But Miri by herself, the borrow strike does connect. They end up getting it. That's a big kill getting onto Miri and Hezelia. This is the kill, and they got the finger as well. And that's a pretty big trade for them. Foxy will take that any day of the week.
100%. That was a really good punishment coming from Foxy. They knew that Lashray used the BKB early on. That's why they went for that. Nigaya stopping Spectre here.
Mules into arrow. That's a nice little combination. The Earth Spike is just barely off the mark, and she actually gets away because the Earth Spike was just the tip, was just barely out.
That was a little bit sad there. I think Lion tried to go for the max range Earth Spike, so she smashed on the ground, but unfortunately it was just a little bit off there. That was a really close call. You couldn't blame her though. Yeah,
you get that one, you get that kill, and it's just massive. And anytime somebody gets away like that, that just makes it that much more difficult for you to get back in this game. Like, you need all the kills that are given to you. And if they're going to gift wrap them like that, you got to make sure you take it when you can. Yeah.
The sadder thing is also for Foxy, they didn't manage to turn this huge kill into any objective. So the 3 towers of Bren are still standing until now. It's 30 minutes of the game, and they're still having 3 tier 1 towers. The bottom is finally gonna fall to the siege creep, but that's just about it. But finally, still, Foxy Gaming, they can finally play this bottom tower for after 30 minutes.
Yeah. And they do have a little bit of space, and they did get the bottom T1, so they've got some sort of room. But here's the arena. They've got Nana, who's going to Manta out of this one. And, oh, a little bit of a... Okay, Nana, they got the Hex on, and she goes down. She does have buyback if she wants to go. But Borrowed Time's now going to be used by Honey Lisa, who throws it out, at least the Mystic Coil onto Legaya. But they're going to look to focus on Miri. They do end up getting him. And so that's a pretty big kill. But now Gil is here, and they need to just kind of run off here. They remnant back. They're just going to go to high ground. Buyback is coming from Miri. And Cat Chaser, the arrow, they're going to dodge that one. But Burrow Strike at least on to Cat Chasers. They got something. And he's taking so much damage. Jill with just so much damage on this hero. What are you supposed to do?
They don't have 4 staff, or they have 1 4 staff for Lion, but still though, we talk about how strong of a game this, how strong of lifestealer game this could be, right? And Gil with the Assault Cuirass plus Basher and also Open Wounds, he's doing so much damage.
Not even much of a chance. Yule's Split Earth gets forced away, but she's getting bashed here. No real chance. The Remnant was a baby Remnant because she was slow, not able to get away. The tip is coming. Ligaya right onto Gil, who's just completely dominating this game.
Yeah, that's a brilliant pickup coming from Gil with the shard. Open Wounds is so good, gives 50% lifesteal, especially when you're playing against tanky heroes like Spectre and also Mars, the percentage base damage.
Link in, they got the Burrow Strike combination with the arrow, but the shield is on point, saving Sleepless. Borrowed Time is now going to be used on Honey Lisa, who will probably pay for Sleepless's sin.
Bren is looking so strong. I think this could be GG. And there's Foxy, they need so much time. And look at Spectre, she's holding 4,200 gold. She's not buying anything just yet because she couldn't even go to the couldn't even go to the secret shop. That's why she couldn't buy anything for that fight. And they are still holding Horn now. They might want to play for the last pair of racks with the Skadi picked up by Spectre, but that's not gonna do too much though, because Lifestealer, he's also completing his own Skadi. And if you look at Lash, Bloodstone coming up, BKB ready, they are not gonna die to Spectre at all.
I think the biggest difference that I've seen is the Jill and the Gia, the synergy that they have. Like the laning has been amazing, right? Where Jill has never really had to come from behind. She has almost all the space that she requires to get just this superhuman, this beast of an animal, because like she has so much time. She can come out of the jungle whenever she's ready, and you've seen just how much damage she can do. She's just incredibly strong, and this Bren Esports is a completely different level.
Yeah, I would say from laning phase, they have already put down themselves a very good foundation for Jill to eventually carry the game. Like you say, across all the games today, I don't think there's a single game Jill is pressured at all. So she's just, playing very safe, farming at the right place, building the correct item, and then eventually just walk up to his team and start contributing to the team by having just a very simple game. Everything looks very easy for Lifesteal, and you really have to give props to all the other 4 players from Bren Esports. They're just setting everything up together, and this unselfishness coming up from the trio of Bren are quite notable.
Very solid. I've been nothing but impressed. I think they've been on point. Even their their rotations, just how they've kind of taken over the map. It's been very difficult for Foxy. I mean, there was that one time where there was no vision when they last tried to go for the Roshan, but they're gonna take it this one, and they're kind of in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, the smoke up, cheese on Lash, Aegis on Lifestealer. This is gonna be the GG push coming out from Bren. They don't want to waste any time. They smoke up immediately, going straight to the base of Foxy. There's a siege wave coming with double catapult.
They've got some creeps. They're getting some wards up as well. They ping that out. They know something is up, but Miri's going to be just standing points here. Oh, they get the Burrow Strike infest, and they go right onto Nigan, who's going to have to try to slide around the Remnants, and she gets exploded on. She's going to have to buy back here. Honey Lisa's dead next. Borrowed time or not, it doesn't really matter when they can bash it down, but here comes Nigan. She's back in, and do they get anything out of this?
Mary is dead, though, and Mary get burst down. She did not get to use anything. BKB, Bloodstone, Cheese. She just got completely burst down.
Oh, the Spear in. Here's Azalea. They're going to focus up on Cat Chaser, who's going to get just back off now. And they're trying to run, but Gil is just this monster. How do you defeat the end boss? The nice little Earth Spike, but it's not going to be enough. Azalea with a nice Burrow Strike onto Nigan. Now they're going to have to use the BKB. This is all with Nana coming in, and they're going to look to focus this. But they're kind of doing damage throughout. Nice. Another 2-man Earth Spike. Arrow will connect. That's going to be a baby one. The Mystic Coil just keeping her alive. The Aphotic Shield. And she actually gets sent forward. The Manta, but she goes down. No buyback now. Another 2-man Earth Spike, but I don't think they have enough here. And they're going to go at least the Yules on Honey Lisa. They've got the chains as well. Nigan is looking to fight this one, but a nice 2-man Earth Spike. Or a Burrow Strike, excuse me. Azalea has got the BKB, and they're looking to focus up, and they kill Nigan as well. No buyback on them, and Honey Lisa and Sleepless are like, we're supports. Let's just stay in the fountain.
And with that being said, they claim the last pair of racks, and even with Mega, even though Foxy really want to stay until the end, but unfortunately, I don't think the towers are strong enough to stay until Spectre responds. Oh no, Bren, they're going for it.
Disrespect. The
Yeah, go for
raid,
it.
the glimmer, and the ice blast does connect. Okay, but they found Mars, and Gil is looking to just fight this one. Arena's gonna be used, and yeah, it doesn't really matter considering they got the ancients. So GG, 37 minutes, 31-14, and wow, completely different Bren Esports from what we're used to seeing, at least in previous FSLs.
Yeah, I mean, with the addition of Jia, I think this really solidifies the entire roster of Bren Esports because both of us have casted a game before, and they look really solid this time in terms of how they've been using their numbers together to constantly snowball. And if you look at their snowball formation, they're always having Sanking, Mirana, A together. They're always sticking together as a ball. And wherever they go to, they'll just be cowering and setting out for each other and just making Foxy's game so hard to play, especially when Nana constantly trying to recover herself from the ancient and just being constantly getting jumped on, and there's no safe or any teammates around her except for the Baron. So just a very well executed and very well draft coming up from Bren. And I think they are going to be a very big contender for the champion. If you and we talk about how strong Pacific Ping is, but Foxy Gaming they beat Pacific Ping, and this game didn't look close at all for them against Brand.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. And I think Foxy did a number on Pacific Pink where Bren Esports were really never able to kind of defeat them, at least in FSL. So having them kill their arch nemesis, so to speak, I'm sure gave them a lot of confidence moving in. And Bren Esports looked like they were on fire today, just kind of moving through. But mind you, Foxy Gaming is still not out of this. This is a double elimination tournament. They can fight their way back in through the lower bracket as well. Let's look at the bracket now and kind of see exactly what we're talking about here. And if you see it, Foxy Gaming, they're gonna wait for the Run It Down / Pacific Pink game. I believe that's going to be on the Twitch FSL channel as well. That's going to be going on right now, so I'm sure they'll tune in for that. But we're going to have the next. Oh, sorry, we're going to have that game tomorrow. Excuse me. We're going to start that one off. It's going to be 12 p.m. plus 8 GMT right here on the Facebook page for Dota, or FSL Dota, excuse me. That one's going to be there. And then we're going to continue on for the rest and find out and crown a new champion for FSL Dota 2 Open. Any final words before we sign off?
Man, I couldn't wait for tomorrow. I think tomorrow is gonna be a huge day. A lot of expectation from me for this brand, and of course, I want to watch the Pacific Pink games as well. So I think tomorrow is gonna be having a lot of great Dotas as well, and I hope these players have a good rest. It's been a long day for all of us. So shout out to everyone that's participating in this tournament, and of course the sponsors as well.
All right. And so please give Leonardo Dota a follow. He's on your Facebook. You can find me on Holler TV as well. Just give us a shout out, of course. And we do love talking about Dota or all things gaming related. So feel free to reach out for that. If you want strategy, you go to that guy. If you don't want strategy, you go to this guy. All right. So we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in. And we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. And see you till then.